Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Disabilities, Braille, Persons with Disabilities, Rehabilitation, Education, Employment, Health, Well-being, and Sustainable Development 2023. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing and International Webinar Series Holistic Health, Wellbeing and Sustainable Development 2022-2023. Before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. As you know, today our theme is disabilities, Braille, and persons with disabilities, rehabilitation, education, employment, and the regular themes of health, well-being, and sustainable development. Across the world, persons with disabilities are increasing as the disability rates are also increasing due to various factors that are contributing for the disabilities. And in every nation and across the globe, there are various organizations, departments, ministries working for the welfare of the empowerment of persons with disabilities. In India, under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities is looking after the various welfare and measures of persons with disabilities. As part of various initiatives, Office of the Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities is entrusted with various responsibilities, which was set up under Section 57 of the Persons with Disabilities, Equal Opportunities Protection of Rights and Full Participation Act 1995. The office has been mandated to take steps to safeguard the rights of persons with disabilities. Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016 replace the persons with disabilities, equal opportunities, protection of rights and full participation act 1995 under new statute section 74 of RPWD Act 2016 provides for appointment of a chief commissioner for persons with disabilities and two commissioners to assist the chief commissioner at the center. And to implement various schemes and programs, we have various disability acts like PWD Act 1995, PWD Rules 1996, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Rules 2017, Amendment Rules for Persons with Disabilities, December 2009. Apart from that, there are various initiatives that has been taken up as part of welfare measures. One such is Unique ID, which is also known as Unique Disability ID for persons with disabilities, which is a project being implemented with the view of creating a national database for persons with disabilities and to issue a unique disability ID card to each person with disabilities. The project will not only encourage transparency, efficiency, and use of delivering the government benefits to the persons with disabilities, but also ensure uniformity. The project will also help in streamlining the tracking of physical and financial progress of beneficiary at all levels of hierarchy of implementation from village level, block level, district level, state level, and national. As per the recent 2011 census, 2.68 crore and are persons with disabilities, which is 2.21% of the total population of the country. These include persons with visual, hearing, speech, and locomotive disability, mental retardation, mental illness, multiple disabilities, and other disabilities. Mental retardation has been replaced with intellectual disabilities. And presently, the ministry is also accepting comment suggestions for the draft of national policy for persons with disabilities. And if you have any suggestions, you can go through the draft document for persons with disabilities and accordingly suggest if there are any modifications or additions required. Apart from that, there are various other benefits. We'll look into various aspects in the coming sessions. So initially, we'll go with our first session. We have with us Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. He is assistant professor. He is also an advocate and RTA resource person, presently working with the Govind Ballapant Institute of Engineering and Technology, University in Uttarakhand, in Computer Science and Engineering Department. And he is a very good resource person and legal awareness on various aspects. He has been providing various awareness on legal aspects on this platform. So we invite you, Virendra Kumarji, for your session. On Delhi Police, Special Police Establishment, 1946, amended in 2020. You can unmute yourself and start your video. Okay, we will take up this session after some time. So we will look at the Act, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. So this act was received the assent of President on 27 December 2016 and was published in the Gazette. It is an act to give effect to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities for matters connected with respect for inherent dignity, individual autonomy, including the freedom of to make one's own choices and independence of persons, and non-discrimination, full and effective participation and inclusion in society, respect for difference and acceptance of persons with disabilities as part of human diversity and humanity, equality of opportunity, accessibility, equality between men and women, respect for the evolving capacities of children with disabilities, and respect for the right of children with disabilities to preserve their identity. So India ratified. These are, based on the United Nations General Assembly, which adopted its Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities on 13th day of December 2006. So India is also a signatory for the said convention, and India ratified the said convention on first day of October 2007. And it is considered necessary to implement the convention aforesaid. So the Parliament enacted the 67th year of Republic of India, this act. So it is known as Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. So there are various rights and entitlements for the persons with disabilities. The appropriate government shall ensure the persons with disabilities to enjoy the right to equality, life and dignity with dignity and respect for his or her integrity. Equally with others, the appropriate government shall take steps to utilize the capacity of persons with disabilities by appropriate environment. No person with disability shall be discriminated on the ground of disability unless it is shown that the impunged act or omission is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. No person shall be deprived of his or her personal liberty only on the ground of disability. The appropriate government shall take necessary steps to ensure reasonable accommodation for persons with disabilities, and also take measures that the women and children with disabilities enjoy their rights equally with others, and shall ensure that all children with disabilities shall have rights on the equal basis to freely express their views on all matters affecting them, and provide appropriate support, keeping in view their age and disability. And persons with disabilities shall have the right to live in the community and shall take all measures to protect persons with disabilities from being subjected to torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, and take measures to protect persons with disabilities from all forms of abuse, violence, and exploitation, and to prevent the same, and take cognizance of incidents of abuse, violence, exploitation, and provide legal remedies available against such incidents, take steps for avoiding such incidents and prescribe the procedure for its reporting, take steps to rescue, protect, and rehabilitate victims of such incidents, and create awareness and make available information among the public. And the persons with disabilities shall have equal rights and protection and safety in situations of risk, armed conflict, humanitarian emergencies, and natural disasters. The National Disaster Management Authority and the State Disaster Management Authority shall take appropriate measures to ensure inclusion of persons with disabilities in disaster management activities as defined under Clause E of Section 2 of Disaster Management Act 2005 for the safety and protection of persons with disabilities. And no child with disability shall be separated from his or her parents on the ground of disability except on an order of the competent court if required in the best interest of the child. Where the parents are unable to take care of the child with disability, the competent court shall place such child with his or her relation, and failing that within the community in a family setting or in an exceptional cases in a shelter home run by appropriate government or non-governmental organizations as may be required. And government shall ensure that persons with disabilities have access to appropriate information regarding reproductive and family planning. And the Election Commission of India and state election commissions shall ensure that all polling stations are accessible to persons with disabilities and all materials related to electoral process are easily understandable by and accessible to them. The government shall ensure that persons with disabilities are able to exercise their vote to access any court, right to access to any court, tribunal, authority, commission, or any other body having judicial or quasi-judicial or investigative powers without discrimination on the basis of disability. The government shall take steps to put in place suitable support measures for persons with disabilities, those living outside family, and those disabled requiring high support for exercising legal rights. Government shall designate one or more authorities to mobilize the community and create social awareness to support persons with disabilities in exercise of legal capacity. Local authorities shall endeavor that all educational institutions funded or recognized by them provide inclusive education to the children with disabilities, and towards that end shall admit them without any discrimination and provide education and opportunities for sports and recreation activities equally with others, make building campus and various facilities accessible, provide reasonable accommodation according to individual requirements, provide necessary support for individualized or otherwise in environments that maximize academic and social development consistent with the goal of full inclusion, ensure the education of persons who are blind or deaf or both is impaired, imparted with the most appropriate languages and modes and means of communication, detect specific learning disabilities in children at an earliest stage or at the earliest and take suitable pedagogical and other measures to overcome them, monitor participation, progress in terms of attainment levels and completion of education in respect of every student with disability, provide transportation facilities to the children with disabilities, and also the attendant of the children with disabilities having high support needs. And also take up various measures to promote, protect, and ensure participation of persons with disabilities in basic, primary, and adult education and continuing education program equally with others. And government shall formulate schemes and programs, including provisions of loans at concessional rates to facilitate and support employment of persons with disabilities, especially for their local training, vocational training, and self-development and self-employment. So various schemes which are implemented shall be made accessible to them, and no government shall discriminate against any person with disability in any matter relating to employment or skill development. And government shall appoint a grievance redressal officer for the purpose of Section 19 and shall inform the Chief Commissioner or the State Commissioner, as the case may be, about the appointment of such officer. So any person aggrieved with the non-compliance of the provisions of Section 20 may file a complaint with the grievance redressal officer, who shall investigate it and shall take up matter with the establishment for corrective action. The grievance redressal officer shall maintain a register of complaints in the manner as may be prescribed by the central government, and every complaint shall be inquired within 2 weeks of its registration. If the aggrieved person is not satisfied with the action taken on his or her complaint, he or she may approach the district level committee on disability. So government shall, within the limit of its economic capacity and development, formulate necessary schemes and programs to safeguard and promote rights of disabilities and rights of persons with disabilities for adequate standard of living to enable them to live independently in the community. Government shall initiate or cause to be initiated research and development through individuals and institutions on issues which shall enhance habitation and rehabilitation, and on such other issues which are necessary for the empowerment of persons with disabilities. And government and the local authorities shall take measures to promote and protect rights of all persons with disabilities to have a cultural life and to participate in recreational activities equally with others, and shall take measures to ensure effective participation in sporting activities of the persons with disabilities. And notwithstanding any contained in the Rights of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009, every child with benchmark disability between the age of 6 to 18 years shall have the right to free education in a neighborhood school or in a special school of his choice. And government shall appoint in every government establishment not less than 4% of the total number of vacancies in the cadre strength in each group of posts meant to be filled with persons with benchmark disabilities, of which 1% each shall be reserved for persons with benchmark disabilities under clause A, B, and C, and 1% for persons with benchmark disabilities under clauses D and E, namely A, blindness and low vision, B, deaf and hard of hearing, C, locomotor disability, including cerebral palsy, leprosy cured, dwarfism, acid attack victims, and muscular dystrophy, D, autism, intellectual disability, specific learning disability, and mental illness, E, multiple disabilities from among persons under clauses A to D, including deaf blindness in the posts identified for each disabilities, and provided that the reservation in promotion shall be in accordance with such instructions as are issued by the appropriate government from time to time. And within the limit of their economic capacity and development, government shall provide incentives to employer in private sector to ensure that at least 5% of their workforce is composed of persons with benchmark disability. So government may by notification require that from such date the employer in every establishment shall furnish such information or written as may be prescribed by the central government in relation to vacancies appointed for persons with benchmark disability that have occurred or about to occur in the establishment to such special employment exchange as may be notified by the central government, and the establishment shall thereupon comply with such requisition. So any person with benchmark disability who considers himself to be in need of high support, or any person or organization on his or her behalf, may apply to an authority to be notified to the appropriate government regarding requesting to provide high support. The appropriate authorities, in consultation with the chief commissioner or the state commissioner, as the case may be, shall conduct, encourage, support, or promote awareness campaigns and sensitization programs to ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities provided under the Act are protected. And in consultation with the chief commissioner, formulate rules for persons with disabilities, laying down the standards of accessibility for the physical environment, transportation, information and communications, including appropriate technologies and systems and other facilities and services provided to the public in urban and rural areas. Government shall take measures to promote development, production, and distribution of universally designed consumer products and accessories for general use for persons with disabilities. All existing public buildings shall be made accessible in accordance with the rules formulated by the central government within a period not exceeding 5 years from the date of notification of such rules. So central government may grant extension of time to the states on a case-to-case basis for adherence to this provision, depending on the state of preparedness and other related parameters. And without any prejudice to any function and power of Rehabilitation Council of India, constituted under the Rehabilitation Council of India Act 1992, the appropriate government shall endeavor to develop human resource for the purpose of this act, and to that end shall mandate training on disability rights in all courses for the training of Panchayat Raj members, legislatures, administrators, police officials, judges, and lawyers, induct disability as a component for all educational courses for schools, colleges, and university teachers, doctors, nurses, paramedical personnel, social welfare officers, rural development officers, ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, engineers, architecture, other professional and community workers, initiate capacity building programs, including training in independent living and community relationships for families, members of community and other stakeholders and care providers on caregiving and support, ensure independence training for persons with disabilities to build community relationships on mutual contribution and respect, conduct training programs for sports teachers with focus on sports, games, adventure activities, any other capacity development measures as may be required. All universities shall promote teaching and research in disability studies, including establishment of study centers for such studies in order to fulfill obligations stated In subsection 1, the appropriate government shall in every 5 years undertake a need-based analysis and formulate plans for the recruitment, induction, sensitization, orientation, and training of suitable personnel to undertake the various responsibilities under this Act. And government shall undertake social audit of all general schemes and programs involving the persons with disabilities to ensure that the scheme and programs do not have an adverse impact upon the persons with disabilities and need requirements and concerns of persons with disabilities. And there are various other provisions which are part of PWD Act 1995 and also 2016. We will look into much more detail in the coming sessions. So let's take up few sessions and then we'll be discussing about various other aspects of disabilities. Next, we have with us Dr. Jyoti Makkar. She would be talking on major depressive disorder. She is a dentist and also psychologist, counselor, and a therapist. So we welcome you, ma'am, to this international conference. You can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation.
Very good afternoon to all. And before initiating the session, I would like to say thanks to the Almighty through whom I got this opportunity, and thanks to the organizers to whom the Almighty gave me this opportunity. My topic of discussion today is major depressive disorder. So what is basically major depressive disorder? Major depressive disorder is a mood disorder. It is characterized by persistent low mood and loss of interest in activities once enjoyed. And it affects the functionality of the individual, it affects the routine of the individual. So it's known as major depression. That's the another name for it. And what are the symptoms of major depressive disorder? The symptoms of major depressive disorder are hopelessness, helplessness, worthlessness, suicidal ideation. Suicidal ideation may be just attempts to suicide. It may be in the thoughts. Suicidal ideation or attempts to suicide. And there is appetite of the patient is affected. There may be loss of appetite. They may be overtaking of meals. And then sleep is affected. There may be insomnia, lack of sleep. There may be hypersomnia, too much sleeping. Then there is fatigue. The person is not working, but yet the person feels too much tired and exhausted. That is fatigue. And there may be anhedonia. What is anhedonia? Loss of interest in activities once enjoyed. There may be weight loss. There may be weight gain. There may be temper tantrums, social isolation, and then all these symptoms, according to DSM, if the patient presents with 5 of these symptoms or more than 5 of these symptoms for most of the days, at least 2 weeks, then according to DSM, we diagnose the patient as major depressive disorder or major depression. Now, how do we come to know that the person is suffering from this major depressive disorder or major depression? What are the diagnostic criteria? There are 4 diagnostic criteria. One is physical examination. In physical examination, what the clinician does, the practitioner, basically he examines whether the patient is having some medical illness or not. Because many medical illnesses, they are comorbid with depression. And though many medical illnesses are comorbid with depression, but yet we should remember that depression is a separate illness and it requires psychiatric treatment. The treatment for the medical problem will go, but concurrently, if the patient is suffering from depression, that requires separate treatment. So the other thing, the medical disorders which are involved, which are comorbid with depression, that I will discuss later. Now, the other way to diagnose that the person is suffering from depression is lab test, blood test. Actually, there are, why do we do this? Because there are certain, like in these thyroid disorders, hyperthyroidism and hypothyroidism, blood tests, they reveal the thyroid hormone level, that is T3 level, T4 level, and it may be thyroid antibody test, and then there may be TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone test. These 4 blood tests, they reveal to us whether the patient is suffering from hyper or hypothyroidism, which are comorbid with depression. Now, after this, the third way to diagnose is this psychiatric evaluation. What the psychiatric does, he takes a case history. And in the case history, there is a section called medical history. In that also, we come to know whether the patient is suffering from any medical disorders or not. Whether the depression, it is associated with those disorders, or whether it is only depression and no medical history. So that is another way. And in this psychiatric evaluation, basically what the psychiatrist does is that psychiatrist administers self-report inventories to the patient. Patient has to solve himself. And there are some inventories which the psychiatrist or psychologist, he questions the client about the symptoms based on mood, emotion, and behavior, and he marks them. And while administering these self-report inventories, the clinician should be very cautious that the client understands what is being asked in the inventory. So these are the three ways by which we diagnose. And fourth way we diagnose is DSM. DSM criteria has to fit in. Before we give a diagnosis, we have to see that it fits in the DSM criteria. As I mentioned earlier, that at least 5 symptoms of the symptoms which I mentioned for major depressive disorder, they must be present most of the days for 2 weeks. And then we give this diagnosis. Then there are various scales to measure depression. What are those scales? Hamilton Depression Rating Scale, Beck Depression Inventory. Then there is this patient health questionnaire, PHQ-9. Then there is geriatric depression inventory. Geriatric depression inventory, it's basically for very aged people, elderly people. So these are the questionnaires. Now we come to the medical conditions, which there are 10 medical conditions basically which are associated with depression, comorbid with depression. One is cancer. Cancer, what happens? The person has depressive symptoms, the person has anxiety, and the person has anger. Second is chronic pain. Chronic pain, what happens is chronic pain releases inflammatory markers, and these inflammatory markers, they are responsible for mood changes. So chronic pain is associated with depression. The chronic pain, it results in depression. And the third is diabetes. Both type 1 and type 2 diabetes are comorbid with depression. Then there is heart disease. Heart disease, they say that according to this American Heart Association, they say that 10% there are chances. If the person has had cardiac failure, if the person has had heart failure, then that there are 10% patients who have had heart failure. According to American Heart Association, these people, they have chances of further developing depression. And another thing which is accepted by American Heart Association is that the prognosis of heart patient is very poor if they are suffering with depression side by side. Now, what do we mean by prognosis? Prognosis is percentage recovery. Recovery of patient, if a heart patient, cardiac patient is suffering from depression, also the percentage recovery is affected. It is very much delayed. Then heart disease may be one of the cause of depression, or depression may cause the heart disease. So both the conditions are there. Then there is infections. Among infections, influenza, while we are taking the case history of the patient and we are inquiring the medical history, personal history, we also inquire whether the person has had childhood infections. There's a section where we inquire all this. Why do we inquire that? Because the certain viral infections, they are associated with development of depression in the later phase, like chickenpox, influenza, herpes, hepatitis C, all these, they associate later with the development of depression. Now, HIV. HIV is human immunodeficiency virus, which causes acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Now, basically, this HIV, what is its role? Now, in Center of Disease Control, they have said that this HIV patients, they have comorbid depression along with that. Why? Because what happens, this HIV virus, it damages the brain. And when it damages the brain, it causes HIV dementia. What is dementia? Dementia is loss of memory. So this may be mistaken for depression, or there may be depression with HIV infection. So this is also another case. Then there is vitamin B12 deficiency. Vitamin B12 deficiency, vitamin B12, basically it has many functions, but one of the function is it regulates the hormones which affect the mood. So that is why if there is a deficiency of vitamin B12, that may also cause depression. Then diabetes, we have discussed all these cases. Then there is lupus. Lupus is basically an inflammatory disease that also causes diabetes. Thyroid, we have discussed, in multiple sclerosis. Multiple sclerosis also causes diabetes. Now we have discussed about the symptoms of diabetes, symptoms of depression. We have discussed that scales to measure depression. How do we diagnose depression? Now I'm going to discuss finally types of depression. What are the various types of depression? Major depressive disorder, which I basically discussed today, that is one of the type of depression. But there are many types of depression. Like there may be psychotic depression. What is psychotic depression? Along with depression, there are psychotic symptoms. Now, what are psychotic symptoms? Psychotic symptoms are hallucination and delusion. What is hallucination? Hallucination and delusion. Basically, what happens? Hallucinations, it may be auditory hallucination when you are hearing voices which are not audible to anybody else. It may be visual hallucination. You are seeing some things visually which are not visible to anybody else. Tactile hallucination, touch. You are feeling something which is not perceived by anyone else. Gustatory hallucination, tongue. You are not tasted by anybody else. Then there are auditory, visual, olfactory hallucination. You are smelling something which is not being smelled by anybody else. So they are all in the state of the mind of the patient, client. So that is hallucination. Basically, hallucination and delusion, they are two features, prominent features of psychosis. Psychosis is when the person has lost contact with reality. In depression, usually the patient has touch with the reality, but in psychosis, psychotic depression, both functions of symptoms of depression as well as psychosis are present. Now, what are delusions in psychotic depression? Delusions are firm, fixed, unshakable belief, which no one can shake. And you cannot convince the patient. It's very difficult to convince the patient. That is it. It is a state of mind. It is not happening actually. It is only in the mind of the patient. So delusion, one of the most common type of delusion of which psychotic depression patients suffer is that someone is plotting against them. Someone is conspiring against them. That is one of the most common delusion. Now, after psychotic depression, there is anxious distress. That is third type of depression. In this case, when the doctor, he treats the patient, he gives the patient anxiolytics also, anti-anxiety drugs also, because the patient is having symptoms of anxiety as well as depression. So in this, the patient is unable to concentrate, unable to focus on the work, because the patient is always anxious that something terrific will happen, and that he will lose control, she will lose control. That is anxious distress. That is also one type of depression, that is depression associated with anxiety. So in that case, both antidepressants, anxiolytics are given, and also we give therapies and psychoeducation. All this have to be given. Then there is bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is also very one form of the mood disorder. Depression is basically major depressive disorder, which I discussed. It was a mood disorder. All these are mood disorders. Depression is mood disorder. Now, bipolar disorder, it has two episodes concurrently. Manic episode, depressive episode. Depressive episode is low mood. Manic episode is elevated mood. Now, manic episode may be hypomania, it may be mania. Hypomania is less severe. It is less than mania. They are both elevated mood, and this depression is low mood. So what we see in this depression, no patient is sleeping too much. In manic state, the depression, maybe the patient may be sleeping too much, but in manic episode, it may be that the patient is not sleeping at all. He's sleeping very little. He thinks he does not require sleep. He has too much work to do, so he's not taking care of his sleep pattern. And there is weight loss, weight gain. Both these symptoms may be present in depression. So in depression patient, what happens? The patient may he may become hopeless, helpless, worthless. In manic patient, he will work too much. He will be high, elevated mood. So then there is postpartum depression. Postpartum depression is after a mother gives birth to a baby. Many cases, many instances, after a mother gives birth to a baby, she develops postpartum depression. So what basically happens here? After this is a rare condition. It is not seen in all. In postpartum depression, after a mother gives birth to a baby, she may become irritable. She may lose weight. She may not take care of her health, and And another thing in postpartum depression, bonding with the baby becomes difficult for the mother to develop. She may become irritable, not taking care of her appetite, not taking care of her sleep, and so this is postpartum depression, and it lasts for it does not last for that long. But if it is untreated, it may go 2 months, or it may go even more than 2 months. Now, what is the cause of this postpartum depression? Why is it that some women develop postpartum depression after giving birth to a baby? So what happens basically is, why women develop postpartum depression after giving birth to a baby? Because actually during pregnancy, these female reproductive hormones, estrogen and progesterone, they increase to 10 times the usual normal level. So when the baby is born, the level declines suddenly. 10 times it became more than normal during pregnancy. After delivery, immediately there is a fall in the level. So what happens? In some, according to the hormonal system, some ladies develop this postpartum depression. So what is the treatment? How do we treat it? We treat it with counseling. We treat it with hormone therapy. We treat it with antidepressants. Now, what is this hormone therapy? Hormone therapy is some antagonists, hormonal antagonists, they are given to the mother. Now, these hormonal antagonists, they will affect the secretion of the hormone to these reproductive progesterone and estrogen. Two hormones, they will affect the secretion from the gland, and they will also affect where these hormones they affect that site. So that is hormonal therapy. Now, another is seasonal affective disorder. Seasonal affective disorder or SAD. So what happens in this seasonal affective disorder? It's known as winter depression. Winter depression, it happens usually every year in the same season. Usually it happens in the winter season when there is less sunlight. So mostly this winter depression, it happens in the winters, but in very, very rare cases, maybe 1%. The symptoms may be seen in the summer, and in the winter symptoms subside. But mostly, maximum, this seasonal affective disorder, winter depression symptoms, they occur in the winter season, and in the summer season, the symptoms subside. So with this, I end my topic. Thank you, many folks.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to share, or you can unmute yourself and ask. Okay, if there are no queries, then we shall conclude the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, is really T3, T4 and TSH are really a dangerous disorder? Is there permanent cure for that? Exclude taking that oral tablets every day?
Actually, this thyroid, mostly depression is seen in hypothyroidism. It is seen in both, but maximum it is in hypothyroidism. That is when there is less secretion of thyroid hormone, and then the person becomes very obese, and he becomes very sluggish and all. Mostly in hypothyroidism case, it is maximum seen. It is possible to get healed. Yes, treatment is possible.
Okay. Is there any like natural treatment, like without taking all these solid tablet drugs every day early in the morning? Can we cure this naturally by eating any seeds or fruits, anything like that?
I'm very sorry to say I have no idea on this. With this, regarding this topic, you can consult only the specialist. Now, my topic was depression, so I was telling you in what medical illness depression is comorbid with. Which medical illnesses, only the specialist in this particular field will be able to answer you very well, satisfy your question.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Sorry for that.
It's okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other queries? Okay, if there are no queries, then we shall move on to our next session. Before we move on to other sessions, we request all the participants to quickly fill up the feedback form. Feedback form is mandatory for the issue of the certificate, as the data required for the certificate is collected through feedback form. And those who have not yet registered, kindly register with the registration link. You can access the feedback form in the form of polls, or in the polls option, you can see the feedback form. And registration form has been shared in the chat box. Those who have not yet registered can register even now by clicking on the link. Feedback form is available only in Zoom platform. Once the conference ends, the feedback form automatically gets closed. So first, quickly attend to feedback form. We have 5 minutes to complete the feedback form. Then you can, if not registered, you can register it while other sessions are going on. And kindly fill all the fields in the feedback form. Invalid and incomplete forms are not considered. For each session, there will be feedback. And at the end of the conference, there will be overall feedback form. Kindly stay back after each session. Dear friends, feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. You can see feedback for session 1. Everyone quickly attend to the feedback form. It is mandatory for the certificate. So while you continue to fill the feedback form and registration forms, we shall look into other aspects of PWD Act 2016. So government shall notify guidelines for the purpose of assessing the extent of specified disability in a person. and the appropriate government shall also designate persons having requisite qualifications, experience as certifying authority who shall be competent to issue the certificate of disability. Government shall also notify the jurisdiction within which and the terms and conditions subject to which the certifying authority shall perform its certification. So the procedure for certification, any person with specified disability may apply in such a manner as may be prescribed by the central government to the certifying authority having jurisdiction for issuing of a certificate of disability. On receipt of an application under subsection 1, the certifying authority shall assess the disability of the concerned person in accordance with relevant guidelines notified under the section 56 and shall, after such assessment as the case may be, issue a certificate of disability to such person in such form as may be prescribed by the central government. Inform him in writing that he has no specified disability. So whether if he has a disability certificate will be issued based on the benchmark disability. If there is no disability, then he will be informed that he has no specified disability. So the certificate of disability issued under this section shall be valid across the country. And any person aggrieved with decision of certifying authority may appeal against such decision within such time and in such manner as may be prescribed by the state government to such appellate authority as the state government may designate for the purpose. On the receipt of an appeal, the appellate authority shall decide the appeal in such manner as may be prescribed by the state government. So the central government shall by notification constitute central and state advisory boards on disability and district level committees. Constitute a body to be known as Central Advisory Board on Disability to exercise the powers conferred on and to perform the functions assigned to it under this Act. The Central Advisory Board shall consist of the Minister in charge of Disability, Department of Disability Affairs in Central Government, Chairperson, ex officio, the Minister of the State in charge, dealing with the Department of Disability Affairs in the Ministry in the Central Government, Vice Person, ex officio, 3 members of Parliament of whom shall be elected by Lok Sabha and 1 by Rajya Sabha, members ex officio, and the ministers in charge of disability affairs of all the states and administrators or lieutenant governors of the union territories as members ex officio. So secretaries to the Government of India in charge of the ministries or departments of disability affairs, social justice and empowerment, school education and literacy, and higher education, women and child development, expenditure, personnel and training, administrative reforms and public grievance, health and family welfare, rural development, panchayat raj, industrial policy and promotion, urban development, housing and urban poverty elevation, science and technology, communications and information technology, legal affairs, public enterprise, youth affairs and sports, road transport and highways and civil aviation, members ex officio, Secretary, National Institute of Transforming India, that is Niti Aayog, member ex officio, Chairperson, Rehabilitation Council of India, member ex officio, Chairperson, National Trust for the Welfare of Persons with Autism, Cerebral Palsy, Mental Retardation and Multiple Disabilities, member ex officio, Chairman cum Managing Director, National Handicapped Finance Development Corporation, member ex officio. Chairman cum Managing Director, Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation, member ex officio. Chairman, Railway Board, member ex officio. Director General, Employment and Training, Ministry of Labor and Employment, member ex officio. Director, National Council for Educational Research and Training, member ex officio. Chairperson, National Council of Teacher Education, member ex officio. Chairperson, University Grants Commission, member ex officio. Chairperson, Medical Council of India, member ex officio. Directors of the following institutes, namely National Institute for the Visually Handicapped, Dehradun, National Institute for Mentally Handicapped, Secunderabad, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Institute for the Physically Handicapped, New Delhi, Aligarh Jung, National Institute for the Hearing Handicapped, Mumbai, National Institute for the Orthopedically Handicapped, Kolkata, National Institute of the Rehabilitation, Training and Research, Cuttack, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Multiple Disabilities, Chennai, National Institute for Mental Health and Sciences, Bangalore, Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, New Delhi, members ex officio, members of the nominated to be nominated by the central government, 5 members who are experts in the field of disability and rehabilitation, 10 members as far as practicable, being persons with disabilities to represent non-governmental organizations concerned with disabilities or disabled persons organizations, provided that out of 10 members nominated, at least 5 members shall be women and at least 1 person each shall be from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. So up to 3 representatives of national level chambers of commerce and industry, Joint Secretary to the Government of India dealing with subject of disability policy, member secretary ex officio. So subject to the provisions of this Act, the Central Advisory Board on Disability shall be the national consultative and advisory body on disability matters and shall facilitate the continuous evolution of comprehensive policies for the empowerment of persons with disabilities and the full enjoyment of rights. So in particular and without prejudice on the generality of the foregoing provisions, the Central Board on Disability or Central Advisory Board on Disability shall perform the following functions, namely, advise the central government and the state governments on policies, programs, legislation, and projects with respect to disability, develop a national policy to address issues concerning persons with disabilities, review and coordinate and activities of all the departments of government and other government and non-governmental organizations which are dealing with matters relating to persons with disabilities, take up the cause of persons with disabilities with the concerned authorities and the international organizations with a view to provide for schemes and projects for the persons with disabilities in the national plans, recommended steps to ensure accessibility, reasonable accommodation, non-discrimination for purpose for persons with disabilities in respect of information services and built environment and their participation in social life, monitor and evaluate the impact of laws, policies, and programs to achieve full participation of persons with disabilities, and such other functions as may be assigned from time to time by central government. And at the same time, at a state level, every state government shall by notification constitute a body to be known as State Advisory Board on Disability to exercise the powers conferred on and to perform the function assigned to it under this Act. Under this Act, the State Advisory Board shall consist of a minister in charge of department in the state government dealing with disability matters, chairperson, ex officio, the Minister of State or the Deputy Minister in charge of the department in the state government dealing with disability matters, if any, vice person, ex officio, and secretaries to the state government in charge of the Department of Disability Affairs, school education, literacy and higher education, women and child development, finance, personal and training, health and family welfare, rural development, panchayat raj, industry policy and promotion, labor and employment, urban development, housing and urban poverty elevation, science and technology, information technology, public enterprises, youth affairs and sports, road transport, and any other department which the state considers necessary as members ex officio. 3 members of the state legislature, of whom shall be elected by the legislative assembly, and 1 by legislative council, if any. And where there is no legislative council, 3 members shall be elected by the legislative assembly as members ex officio, and members to be nominated by state government, 5 members who are experts in the field of disability and rehabilitation, 5 members to be nominated by the state government by rotation to represent the districts in such manner as may be prescribed, provided that no nomination under the subclause shall be made on the recommendations of the district administration concerned. 10 persons as far as practicable, being persons with disabilities, to represent non-governmental organizations or associations which are concerned with disabilities, provided that out of 10 persons nominated under the clause, at least 5 shall be women and at least 1 person each shall be from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, and not more than 3 representatives of the State Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and officer not below the rank of Joint Secretary in the department dealing with disability matters in the state government, member, secretary, ex officio. So member of the State Advisory Board nominated under clause E of subsection 2 of section 66 shall hold office for a term of 3 years from the date of his nomination. So there are some qualification and disqualification for the members. And for these boards, we have a chief commissioner and state commissioner at a central level and state level. At central level, by notification, appointment of 2 commissioners to assist the chief commissioner, of which 1 commissioner shall be a person with disability. So they have been assigned few powers based on which they can carry out their functions as designated. So whenever the state commissioner makes a recommendation to an authority in pursuance of clause B of section 80, that authority shall take necessary action on it and inform the state commissioner of the action taken within 3 months from the date of the receipt of recommendation, provided that where an authority does not accept a recommendation, it shall convey reasons for non-acceptance to the state commissioner for persons with disabilities within the period of 3 months, and shall also inform the aggrieved person. The state commissioner shall submit an annual report to the state government and may at any time submit special reports on any matter which in its opinion is of such urgency or importance that it shall not be deferred till submission of the annual report. So state government shall cause the annual and the special reports of the State Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities to be laid before each house of state legislature, where it consists of 2 houses, or where such legislation consists of 1 house, before the house, along with the memorandum of action taken or proposed to be taken on the recommendations of the State Commissioner and the reasons for non-acceptance of the recommendations, if any. The annual and special report shall be prepared in such form, manner, and contain such details as may be prescribed by the state government. And for the purpose of providing speedy trial, the state government shall, within the concurrence of the Chief Justice of the High Court, by notification specify for each district a court of session to be a special court to try the offences under this act. For every special court, the state government may, by notification, specify a public prosecutor or appoint an advocate who has been in practice as an advocate for not less than 7 years as a special public prosecutor for the purpose of conducting cases in that court. The special public prosecutor appointed under subsection 1 shall be entitled to receive such fees or remuneration as may be prescribed by the state government. And under Chapter 14 of this Act, there shall be constituted a fund called the National Fund for Persons with Disabilities, and there shall be credited to all the sums available under the Fund for People with Disabilities constituted by notification SO 573 dated 11th August 1983, and the Trust Fund for Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities constituted by notification number 33, 2004, dated 21st November 2006 under the Charitable Endowment Act 1890. And all sums payable to banks, corporations, financial institutions in pursuance of judgment dated 16th April 2004 of the Honorable Supreme Court in Civil Appeal numbers 4655 and 5218 of 2000. All sums received by the way of grant, gifts, donations, beneficiaries, and bequest of or transfers, all sums received from central government, including grants in aid, all sums from such other sources as may be decided by the central government. The fund for persons with disabilities shall be utilized and managed in such a manner as may be prescribed. So the central government shall maintain proper accounts and other relevant records and prepare an annual statement of accounts of the fund, including the income and expenditure, accounts in such form as may be prescribed in consultation with the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. The accounts of the fund shall be audited by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India at such intervals as may be specified by him, and any expenditure incurred by him in connection with such audit shall be payable from the fund to the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. The state government shall be constituting a fund to be called a state fund for the persons with disabilities by the state government in such a manner as may be prescribed for the state government. The state fund for persons with disabilities shall be utilized and managed in such a manner as prescribed by the state government. In a similar way, state government shall maintain proper accounts and other relevant records of the state fund for persons with disabilities, including income and expenditure accounts, in such form as may be prescribed by the state government in consultation with the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Any person who contravenes any of the provisions of this Act or of any rule made thereunder shall, for first contravention, be punishable with a fine which may extend to 10,000 rupees, and for any subsequent contravention with fine which shall not be less than 50,000 rupees but may extend to 5 lakh rupees. There are various other provisions. whoever intentionally insults or intimidates with intent to humiliate a person with disability in any place with public view, assaults or use force to any person with disability with intent to dishonor him or outrage the modesty of a woman with disability, having the actual charge or control over a person with disability voluntarily or knowingly denies food or fluids to him or her, being in a position to dominate the will of the child or a woman with disability and uses the position to exploit her sexually, voluntarily injure, damage, or interfere with the use of any limb or sense or any supporting device of a person with disability, performs, conducts, or directs any medical procedure to be performed on a woman with disability, which leads to or is likely to lead to the termination of pregnancy without her express consent, except in cases where medical procedure for termination of pregnancy is done in severe cases of disability and with the opinion of a registered medical practitioner, and also with the consent of the guardian of the woman with disability, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 6 months, but which may extend to 5 years with fine. So these are the various provisions that are mentioned. Let's look at the schedule of various disabilities which are covered under this act. The first one is physical disability. In that we have locomotor disability, a person's inability to execute distinctive activities associated with the movement of self and objects resulting from affliction of musculoskeletal or nervous system or both, including leprosy cured person means a person who has been cured of leprosy but is suffering from loss of sensation in hands or feet as well as loss of sensation and persists in the eye and eyelid but not manifest deformity, but no manifest deformity or manifest deformity and persists but having sufficient mobility in their hands and feet to enable them to engage in normal economic activity, or extreme physical deformity as well as advanced age which prevents him or her from undertaking any gainful occupation, and the expression leprosy cured shall constitute accordingly. Cerebral palsy, a group of non-progressive neurological condition affecting body movements and muscle coordination caused by damage to one or more specific areas of the brain, usually occurring before, during, or shortly after birth. Dwarfism, a medical or genetic condition resulting in an adult height of 4 feet 10 inches or 147 centimeters or less. Muscular dystrophy means a group of hereditary genetic muscle disease that weakens the muscles that move the human body, and persons with multiple dystrophy have incorrect and missing information in their genes, which prevents them from making the proteins they need for healthy muscles. It is characterized by progressive skeletal muscle weakness, defects in muscle proteins, and the death of muscle cells and tissue. And also acid victims, that is a person's disfigured due to violent assaults by throwing of acid or similar corrosive substance. These are various disabilities under physical disability. First is locomotor disability, and the second one visual impairment, hearing impairment, speech and language disability. So under visual impairment, blindness, which means a condition where a person has any of the following conditions after best correction. total absence of sight or visual acuity less than 3/60 or less than 10/200 in the better eye with the best possible correction, or limitation of the field of vision subtending an angle of less than 10 degrees. Or low vision means a condition where a person has any of the following conditions, namely visual acuity not exceeding 6/80 or less than 20/60, up to 3/60 or up to 10/200 in the better eye with the best possible corrections, or limitation of the field of vision subtending an angle of less than 40 degrees up to 10 degrees. And hearing impairment, where deaf means persons having 70 dB hearing loss in speech frequencies in both the ears. Hard of hearing means persons having 60 dB to 70 dB hearing loss in speech frequencies in both ears. And finally, speech and language disability, meaning a permanent disability arising out of conditions such as laryngectomy or aphasia affecting one or more components of speech and language due to organic or neurologic causes. Second category is intellectual disability, a condition characterized by significant limitation both in intellectual functioning, that is reasoning, learning, problem solving, and in adaptive behavior, which occurs a range of everyday social and practical skills, including specific learning disabilities, autism spectrum disorder. Specific learning disabilities means a heterogeneous group of conditions where there is a deficit in processing language, spoken or written, that may manifest itself as a difficulty to comprehend, speak, read, write, spell, or to do mathematical calculations, and include such conditions as perceptual disabilities, dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, dyspraxia, and developmental aphasia. Autism spectrum disorder, which means a neurodevelopmental condition typically appearing in the first 3 years of life that significantly affect a person's ability to communicate, understand relationships, and relate to others, and is frequently associated with unusual or stereotypical rituals or behaviors. And the third category is mental behavior. Mental illness means a substantial disorder of thinking, mood, perception, orientation, or memory that grossly impairs judgment, behavior, capacity to recognize reality, or ability to meet ordinary demands of life, but does not include retardation, which is a condition of arrested or incomplete development of mind of a person, especially characterized by subnormality of intelligence. And other disabilities caused due to chronic neurological conditions such as multiple sclerosis, meaning inflammatory nervous system disease, in which the myelin sheaths around the axons of nerve cells of the brain and spinal cord are damaged, leading to demyelination and affecting the ability of nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord to communicate with each other. Parkinson's disease means a progressive disease of the nervous system marked by tremor, muscular rigidity, and slow, imprecise movement, chiefly affecting middle-aged and elderly people, associated with degeneration of the basal ganglia of the brain and deficiency of the neurotransmitter dopamine. And other blood disorders include hemophilia, means an inheritable disease, usually affecting only male but transmitted by women to their male children, characterized by loss or impairment of the normal clotting ability of the blood, so that minor may result in fatal bleeding. Thalassemia means a group of inherited disorders characterized by reduced or absent amounts of hemoglobin. Sickle cell disease means a hemolytic disorder characterized by chronic anemia, painful events, and various complications due to associated tissue and organ damage. Hemolytic refers to the destruction of the cell membrane of red blood cells, resulting in the release of hemoglobin. and multiple disabilities, more than one of the above specified disabilities, including deaf blindness, which means a condition in which a person may have combination of the hearing and visual impairments causing severe communication, developmental, and educational problems. And finally, any other category as may be notified by the central government. And based on their abilities and disabilities, government has recently identified jobs based on the disabilities so that they can be employed safely and productively. This is a very huge list. If anyone would like to have, you can download it from the Ministry of Social Justice website, or you can just ping me on my WhatsApp number. Everyone might be having. Otherwise, I will leave the link in the chat box so that you can also go through in your free time, which would help all the disabled persons. I'm leaving the link in chat box so that you can go through it. It's very useful, especially for counselors and other people also. Where we can match their career prospects and the jobs as per the disabilities. It's a very useful resource. and to provide various skill development courses. Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Divyangan, under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment was set up in May 2012 with the aims of facilitate empowerment and inclusion of the persons with disabilities and acts as a nodal agency to look after all development agenda of persons with disabilities, that is Divyangan. Empowerment of persons with disabilities is an interdisciplinary process covering various aspects, namely prevention, early detection, intervention, education, health, vocational training, rehabilitation, and social integration. The vision, mission, and strategies of the development are as follows. Vision: to build an inclusive society in which equal opportunities are provided for the growth and development of persons with disabilities so that they can lead productive, safe, and dignified lives. Mission: to empower persons with disabilities through its various acts, institutions, organizations, and schemes for rehabilitation and to recreate enabling environment that provides such persons with equal opportunities, protection of their rights, and enable them to participate as independent and productive members of the society. When we look at the brief history during the year 1985 and 86, the Israel Ministry of Welfare was bifurcated into Department of Women and Child Development and the Department of Welfare. Simultaneously, the Scheduled Caste Development Division, Tribal Development Division, and the Minorities and Backward Classes Welfare Division were moved from the Ministry of Home Affairs and also the Work Division from the Ministry of Law to form the then Ministry of Welfare. Subsequently, the name of the ministry was changed to the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment in May 1998. Further, in October 1999, the Tribal Development Division had moved out of to form a separate Ministry of Tribal Affairs. In January 2007, the Minorities Division, along with the Waqf Unit, has been moved out of ministry and formed as a separate minor ministry, and the Women and Child Development Department has become the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Though the subject of disability figures in the state list in the 7th schedule of the Constitution, the Government of India has always been proactive in the disability sector. It is not only running 8 national institutes dealing with various types on disabilities and 20 composite regional centers, in short known as CRCs, which provide rehabilitation services to persons with disabilities and run courses for rehabilitation professional, but also funds a large number of NGOs for similar services, and also a National Handicap Finance Development Corporation, in short known as NHFDC, which provides loans at concession rates of interest to PWDs for self-employment. Besides, the Union government is a party to proclamation on the full participation and equality of person or people with disabilities in the Asian and Pacific region, adopted at Beijing in December 1992, and the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, UNCRPD, which came into effect in May 2008. The subject received attention in various state governments in various degrees. At the central level also, disability became being one of the several responsibilities of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and being looked after by just one bureau has resulted in adequate attention, as most of its time and energy is spent only on implementing ministry's own schemes, meeting their expenditure and physical targets, and organize annual time-bound activities like national awards for the empowerment of PWDs. In the background, it was stated that the 11th five-year plan that the Disability Division of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment will be strengthened by converting it into a separate department so that it can liaise effectively with all the other concerned ministries and departments and fulfill its responsibilities towards the disabled. So looking to specialized nature of the subject on disability, the wide-ranging work to be done in the light of UNCRPD and the inadequacy of existing implementation structure, the time came to upgrade the existing Disability Bureau in the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. The decision to create a separate Department of Disability Affairs within the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment was taken up by the government in principle on 3rd January 2012. This was also announced by the President before both houses of Parliament on 12th March 2012. So 2 departments were created under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, wide notification dated 12/5/2012, namely Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, Samajik Nyaya and Adhikarita Vibhag, and second one, Department of Disabilities Affairs. So Nishaktita Karya Vibhag. These 2 departments were created under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Since then, it is renamed as Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Divyangan, DEPWD in short. So initially, DEPWD functioned in the premises of the Shastri Bhavan, New Delhi for some time, owing to its expansion of human resources and activities. The department has its new office in Antodaya Bhavan, CGO Complex, Lodi Road, New Delhi. And the department is presently under the overall charge of Honorable Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment. And Ms. Anjali Bhavra is the Secretary, DEPWD, and the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. She is assisted by 2 joint secretaries and Deputy Director General, Dr. Prabodh Seth, Joint Secretary, and Ms. Tarika Roy, Joint Secretary, and Deputy Director General, Shri Kishore B. Surwade, Deputy Director General. As per the latest update. So there are various organizations under Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, like National Institutes, National Trust, Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities, National Handicap and Development Corporation, Artificial Limbs and Manufacturing Corporation of India. So we'll briefly look at various national institutes, which were already mentioned earlier. Over a period of time, national institutes in the field of disability have been set up under the department, and national institutes are in the nature of autonomous bodies established under Society Registration Act, focusing on specific type of disabilities. These institutions are primarily engaged in human resources development in the field of disability by conducting various courses, providing rehabilitation services to persons with disabilities, and promoting research and development efforts in the field. So there are 9 national institutes. National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities, NIEPVD, at Dehradun, Aliar Jung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, headquartered at Mumbai, National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, NIEPID, Secunderabad, Telangana, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Multiple Disabilities, NIEPMD, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyaya National Institute for Persons with Physical Disabilities, PDUNI PPD, New Delhi, Swami Vivekanand National Institute of the Rehabilitation Training and Research, SVNARTAR, Odisha, National Institute for Locomotor Disabilities, NILD, at Kolkata, Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, New Delhi, National Institute of Mental Health and Rehabilitation, NIMHR, at Siho. So these are the 9 national institutes. Let's look at each institute. Apart from that, there are composite regional centers for skill development, rehabilitation, and empowerment of persons with disabilities, in short known as CRCs. So let's briefly look at various activities of these institutes. National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities, NIEPVD, Dehradun. Main activities include residential school for the visually impaired up to 12th standard, Central Braille Press, which is the largest press of Braille literature for school and college education, rehabilitative services for persons with visual disabilities, early intervention and assessment services, postgraduate and undergraduate and diploma courses in special education and rehabilitation psychology, undertakes research and developmental activities. Under Aliawar Jung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, AYJNISHD, Mumbai, main activities include PhD, postgraduate, undergraduate, and diploma courses in audiology, speech language pathology, speech education, special education, etc. It is a nodal agency for cochlear implant surgery and post-operative rehabilitation. At present, 186 hospitals empaneled for the said surgery, tertiary level care, evaluation and diagnosis of speech language and audiology impairment, diagnostic, therapeutic, educational and vocational services to the persons with speech and or hearing disabilities, early intervention and assessment services are various activities, major activities. And under National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, NIEPID, Secunderabad, Telangana, main activities include rehabilitative services for persons with intellectual disabilities with evidential and visible positive outcomes of cognitive recovery, MPhil, postgraduate, undergraduate, and diploma level courses in special education and rehabilitation psychology, special education, clinical psychology, cognitive therapy, and vocational skill training. Model Special Education Center located at Secunderabad, Noida, New Delhi, up to pre-vocational level, that is up to 18 years, are the major activities at NIEPD. National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Multiple Disabilities, NIEPMD, Chennai. Major activities include MPhil, postgraduate, undergraduate, and diploma courses in clinical psychology, special education, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, P&O, speech, language, pathology, etc. Renders rehabilitative services to persons with multiple disabilities, early intervention and assessment services, psychological assessments and interventions, inclusive preparatory school and vocational training are the major activities by NIPMD, Chennai. This is the only institute in India that offers courses on multiple disabilities, where all the other national institutes are specially dedicated to a single disability. But this institute offers courses on multiple disabilities. That is one of its unique kind in the nation. And Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyaya National Institute for Persons with Physical Disabilities, PDUNI-EPD, Delhi. Major activities include comprehensive rehabilitative services to persons with locomotor disabilities, prosthetics and orthotics, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, vocational and psychological counseling services, specialty clinical services, early intervention and assessment services, postgraduate and undergraduate courses in prosthetics, orthodontics, physiotherapy, and occupational therapy are major activities. Swami Vivekananda National Institute of Rehabilitation, Training and Research, SVNAR-TAR, Cuttack. Major activities include comprehensive rehabilitation services to persons with locomotor disabilities, prosthetics, orthotics, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and vocational counseling services, providing early intervention and assessment services, postgraduate and undergraduate courses in prosthetics, orthotics, physiotherapy, and occupational therapy. Also conducts DNB, PMR. There is 100-bedded hospital and cerebral palsy clinic, 2 well-equipped operation theaters for corrective and reconstructive surgeries, radiological and pathological investigation units. National Institute for Locomotor Disabilities, NILD, Kolkata. Comprehensive various major activities include comprehensive rehabilitation services to the persons with locomotor disabilities, prosthetics and orthotics, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and vocational counseling services, early intervention and assessment services, postgraduate and undergraduate courses in prosthetics, orthodontics, physiotherapy, and occupational therapy. Also includes DNB, PMR. It has 50-bedded hospital and engaged in corrective surgery, physical medicine and rehabilitation, and outpatient department and radiology services. Indian Sign Language Research and Training Centers, ISLRTC, New Delhi. Major activities include develops trained expertise for using, teaching, and conducting research in Indian Sign Language, diploma course in Indian Sign Language Interpretation, DISLI in short, and diploma in teaching Indian Sign Language, DTISL. Courses are offered. A well-researched dictionary of Indian Sign Language of over 10,000 words developed, signed an MOU with NCERT to convert course books and materials for classes 1 to 12 into sign language, promotion of accessible Indian language into audio, visual, and social media. And the National Institute of Mental Health and Rehabilitation, NIMHR, Sihor. Cabinet approved the proposal of establishment of National Institute of Mental Health Rehabilitation at Sihor, Madhya Pradesh in October 2018 under the aegis of this department. Total approved cost, both recurring and non-recurring, for initial 3 years is rupees 179.54 crore, out of which rupees 105.68 crore is for construction of building of NIMHR, and NIMHR has been registered as a society under the Madhya Pradesh Societies Registration Act 1973 on 28/5/2019. Construction of the building of the institute is under progress through CPWD. Meanwhile, the institution has started functioning from a rented accommodation from 30/9/2019. So there are also, apart from these national institutes headquartered at respective places, composite regional centers were also set up, which are more than 21 as extended arms of national institutes. So basic objectives of CRCs are to provide rehabilitation services to all categories of persons with disabilities, train rehabilitation professionals, workers and functionaries, undertake programs of education and skill development for persons with disabilities, and create awareness among parents and the community regarding the needs and rights of PWDs, and the details of various CRCs as of now 21, subject to correction. Under SVNAR TAR Cuttack, there are 4 CRCs functioning: CRC Gauhati, Assam; CRC Ranchi, Jharkhand; CRC Balangir, Odisha; CRC Manipur. Under NIEPID Secunderabad, 3 CRCs are functioning: CRC Nellore, Andhra Pradesh; CRC Rajnandgaon, Chhattisgarh; CRC Devangere, Karnataka. Under NIE PVD Dehradun, 3 CRCs are functioning at Sundarnagar, Himachal Pradesh; Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh; and Sikkim. Under Aliyar Jung Institute, that is AYJNISHD Mumbai, 3 CRCs are working: CRC Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh; CRC Ahmedabad, Gujarat; CRC Nagpur, Maharashtra. Under PD UNI PPD Delhi, 2 CRCs are functioning: CRC Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir; CRC Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Under NILD Kolkata, CRC Patna, Bihar; CRC Agartala, Tripura; CRC Naharlugar, Arunachal Pradesh are functioning. Under NIE PFD Chennai, CRC Kozhikode, Kerala; CRC Andaman and Nicobar Islands; CRC Shillong. These 3 CRCs are functioning. These are basically administrative control under the respective national institutes, where the PWDs can get services from respective CRC centers along with the national institutes headquarters. And as already mentioned, National Trust, which was a statutory body set up under National Trust for the welfare of persons with autism, cerebral palsy, mental retardation, and Multiple Disabilities Act 1999. The National Trust has been set up to discharge 2 basic duties, basically legal and welfare. Legal duties are discharged through local level committee providing legal guardianship. Welfare duties discharged through schemes. The activities of National Trust inter alia include training, awareness and capacity building programs and shelter, caregiving and empowerment. The National Trust is also committed to facilitate equal opportunities, protection of rights, and the participation of persons with disabilities. The National Trust offers registration to voluntary organizations, associations of persons with disabilities and associations of parents of persons with disabilities and NGOs. There are around 668 registered organizations of the National Trust in the country as per the official update in 2021. And to provide quality education and training, the Rehabilitation Council of India RCI was set up as a registered society in 1986. On September 1992, the RCI Act was enacted by the Parliament and became a statutory body on 22nd June 1993. The Act was amended by Parliament in 2000 to make it broad-based. The mandate given to RCI is to regulate and monitor services given to the person with disability, to standardize syllabi, and to maintain a central rehabilitation register of all qualified professionals and persons working in the field of rehabilitation and social education. The Act also prescribed punitive action against unqualified persons delivering services to persons with disability. National Handicap Finance and Development Corporation is a wholly owned company by Government of India. NHFDC functions as an apex institution for extending financial support for starting any activity, contributing directly or indirectly in the income generation or helping persons with disabilities, PWDs, in their overall process of the empowerment through state channelizing agencies, SCAs in short, nominated by the state government, selected public sector banks, PSBs, regional rural banks, RRBs. 3 prominent schemes are being implemented by NHFDC. Divyangan Swavalamban Yojana, NHFDC provides financial assistance in terms of loans to persons with disabilities for starting any activity, contributing directly or indirectly in the income generation or helping PWD in their overall process of empowerment through implementing agencies throughout the country, including West Bengal. NHFDC provides maximum loan up to 50 lakh to persons with disabilities for self-employment activity at the rate of interest 5 to 9% per annum. A rebate of 1% in interest will be allowed to women with disabilities, persons with disabilities other than OH, and self-employment loans of up to 50,000. Any Indian citizen with 40% or more disability and age above 18 years can apply for the loan under NHFDC scheme for self-employment. In case of persons with mental retardation, age is relaxed to 14 years in place of usual 18 years. The age criteria would not be required for educational loans. And there is one more scheme provided by NHFDC, Vishesh Microfinance Yojana, in short known as VMY. Under this scheme, NHFDC provides prompt and need-based finance for the target group and activities at reasonable rate of interest through NBFC, MFI, Section 8 MFI, and NGO MFI, SHG federations, state government missions, and other state-level organizations to pursue small micro business and development activities. The unit cost of project shall not exceed rupees 60,000. The repayment period is up to 3 years from the date of disbursement of loan. Another scheme, NHFDC Swavalamban Kendra, NSK. NHFDC has rolled out the concept of NHFDC Swavalamban Kendra, NSK in short known as, by converging the credit needs, skilling needs, assured business linkage needs, etc. on pilot scale basis, and aspires to converge into grandiose scheme, initially covering each district in the country at the rate of 1 NSK per district. Each NSK is established at a capital cost of rupees 12 lakhs by the person with disability entrepreneurs with the help of 100% financing from NHFDC. These NSKs will be used as mini incubation centers with hands-on skilling on the locally relevant and viable businesses to train the PWDs for self-employment opportunities in and around their localities. Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India is an ISO 9000-2008 company, is a central public sector unit working under the aegis of Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Government of India, incorporated in the year 1972. Alimco has been engaged in manufacturing and supply distribution of assistive devices for persons with disabilities since 1976. It has so far provided assistive device to about 42 lakh of PWDs across the length and breadth of the country. Product range of Alimco includes 35 categories of cost-effective and quality assistive device, having 360 variants approximately covering aids and appliance for orthopedically, visually, hearing, and mentally impaired persons. During past 3 years, the corporation has witnessed quantum jump in turnover and registered remarkable growth of 45%. For past 4 decades, Alimco has been working for the consistent growth in turnover by means of benefiting large number of persons with disabilities year after year. However, upgradation of the product as well as manufacturing technology lost priority zone of the corporation in the wake of concentration on increasing turnover of its existing products and expanding its reach to every nook and corner. Due to continuous use, most of the infrastructural resources such as plant machinery, civil structure, electrical work, manufacturing technology, product profile, etc. are almost in the verge of completing their life cycle or have become obsolete. In addition, over the years of corporation has been facing inadequate and inappropriate human resources since survival in the market depends on upgradation of quality of products. It was felt imperative, therefore, to undertake modernization of the infrastructure as also the production line to meet ever-increasing challenge from the private players. And for the persons with disabilities, you can apply the for unique disability ID online. No need of offline applications. You can visit swavalambancard.org. I will be sharing that link if you require in the chat box. If you are a person with disabilities, you can visit this website to apply for unique disability card. You can visit this website to get all the information and also apply online. No need to submit any offline application. And you can get all the updates from there. So with this, we shall conclude this session. This is basic awareness about various departments under the Ministry of Social Justice and various schemes available. Though there are plenty of schemes and functions, if we start talking about each and every function, it will take at least couple of days. So there are a lot of initiatives, and it will be at least 2-3 days conference if we only keep talking about various schemes and departments offering services. But as of now, we'll keep it short. And if you still have any queries, you can always reach me on my contact number, or you can visit the respective official websites of the departments to know more about it, or you can also call the helpline numbers where they will be assisting you for any information. So quickly fill up the feedback form for this session. Then we will move on to our next session. So feedback form for session has been raised. So we have 5 minutes to fill up the feedback form. Then we will move on to our next session. In the meanwhile, if you have any queries, you can let us know through chat box. We'll be happy to answer. So our next session would be by Virendra Kumar M. Thakurchi. Let's quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can close the form and we can move on to next session. So next week, we have a very important and interesting conference. So next Sunday, on the occasion of is Pongal, Lori, there are basically it's a farmers festival or a harvest festival that is very important. So we have on 15th, that is next Sunday, we have international conference on cultures, traditions, indigenous, ancient, traditional knowledge systems, festivals, awareness, education, employment, economy, health, well-being, and sustainable development 2023. Basically, this conference is inviting papers on various festivals, on various cultures, traditions, and indigenous traditional knowledge systems. Basically, India is known for its celebrations, especially festivals. We have a rich diversity where no country in the world has such a greater diversity, and we have different religions, different cultures, traditions, and we have, based on them, we have different festivals. So basically, the next week conference will focus on festivals. So how these festivals are contributing to the holistic health, well-being, and also towards sustainable development. In fact, festivals are very important for any nation because it promotes tourism, it promotes employment opportunity, educational opportunities, and various other opportunities. So this brings out a necessity or to promote festivals widely, and it also helps various cultures and traditions to promote their culture and various art forms which are very unique to their cultures and traditions through these festivals. And many trades, craftsmen and artisans who are especially dependent on these festivals, like we have Vinayak Chauthi or Ganesh Chaturthi, where a huge number of artisans who are making these Ganesh idols or Durga idols and various other idols are entirely dependent on this festival because they work a year long or to make these idols, and that is their livelihood. So various raw materials are required, including artificial and natural synthetic colors, and lot of raw materials, and lot of labor also goes in. So in that, many people get employed, especially those artists, those who paint, and those who make idols, and those who engage in various laborious work in making these idols. And not only that, there is a huge network that happens behind. A lot of resource coordination happens, and a lot of raw materials, purchase of raw materials, which goes in preparing, and a lot of ingredients which are used in the festivals, like fruits, flowers are collected from various, especially these are, especially grown in the tribal areas, where tribal people, in the forest, or in the villages, or in the open lands, dry lands, where they become source of income, and they are purely eco-friendly and natural. So we also learn to know about various herbs, plants, and their uses, and it also generates huge income and profits also for various. So it is a kind of self-employment and also employment in the process. So festivals can't be just seen as a simple celebration, but it is a huge economy as such. So it also promotes holistic health in terms of various domains of health, like spiritual health, physical health, social health, economical health, through having nutritious food and personal hygiene, and cleaning of our houses, and discarding old items, and giving a lot of hopes and aspirations for the coming days, and family gatherings, and these delicious feasts, and all those. These are a very good opportunity. So, and I we see that there would be no person in India who doesn't celebrate a festival. So this is for everyone who would like to share. Yeah, we invite uh, presentations from everyone across the nook and corner of the world, and as well as in India. If you are celebrating, or if you, because we all might belong to the same or different cultures and traditions. So I would suggest that you pick up a few festivals which are very unique to your culture and tradition, and bring out them in the conference through PPT, or some video clippings, and or if you have anything related to that, you can present it. You can take a minimum of 3 minutes to maximum of half an hour, and depending on the content you have. Basically, not everyone can speak for long or short, based on the requirements and based on the contents you have. uh, you can appropriately finalize things and register. The registration link is available on the website. You can visit our website, or I will also be sharing it in the chat box. That is a very good opportunity for everyone, because this is very much related to everyone. So this is also an opportunity for all of us to promote our own cultures and traditions. So kindly do share with your friends, and registration is free. All the instructions are provided in the registration form. You can circulate among your friends, colleagues, students, research scholars, and you can bring in various presentations that would help us to promote your own cultures and traditions, and others to learn about different cultures and traditions. And you can also make presentations on how festivals are contributing to health, well-being, sustainable development, and also how they are contributing to the GDP and various other aspects. So this will be a very good opportunity for everyone, and it will be a very good, great opportunity to bring out our festivals with a new dimension and perspective. So let's move on to our next session and quickly fill up the feedback form. So we have Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji, as already introduced in the morning. So he is assistant professor, RTI resource person, presently working with Govind Vallabh Institute of Engineering and Technology, University from Uttarakhand in Computer Science and Engineering Department. You can minimize the form, sir, instead of closing it. The fold is still active. You can minimize it so that participants can keep filling it.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You can.
You may please enable my video also, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, now it's okay. Yes, thank you, sir. I'm making my screen shareable. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, sir.
Well, today's topic is very important. It's about CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. Legally, it is called as DSPE, Delhi Special Police Establishment Act 1946. It is an act of parliament. Let us see briefly the background of it. It was established immediately after Second World War, when the British were planning to leave India. And it was feared that after the Britishers leave, corruption in India might increase tremendously. And therefore, to contain corruption, the need was felt to establish a special police force. Delhi was already capital of India. Earlier, Calcutta was the capital up to 1911, and after 1911, Delhi was already Indian capital. So it was decided that for offences related to central government and union territories, a special police establishment shall be formed. There were 4 types of states. We shall be dealing with that also, with some history of India. That is, they were called category A, B, C, and D type of states. Now we have only 2 type of states, that is states as well as union territories. CBI has got different powers in different, governments. So we shall see that also. So that was the immediate need. Over a period of time, the CBI achieved a great, respect and distinction as compared to the state police because of its very high conviction rate and some other things also. And I will also briefly explain how the working of CBI is different from that of the state police. Why there is demand from the ruling party, from opposition, from press, from public, from High Court and Supreme Court for CBI investigation in very sensitive cases. So why it has earned such a reputation? So we shall go into reasons of that also. This is a very small act. Presentation is also small, just 26 slides. There are only 6 sections, but over a period of time, it has increased up to 12. So we shall see these sections. And in during the course of presentation, I will also tell some interesting things about CBI. So these are the sections: 1, 1A, 2, 3, 4, 4A, 4B, 4BA, 4C, 5, 6, 6A. So number wise, it seems to be only 6 sections, but actually there are 12 sections. As far as the original act is concerned, so most of the original act is gone. So although we refer it by 1946 Act, but the latest amendment was made in 2021. In the beginning, I would also clarify some things like difference between CBI and CBI Special Court. CBI is a police. It is a police force. So CBI is a wing of the executive, while CBI Special Court is a wing of the judiciary. That is, the court that deals only with CBI cases is called CBI Special Court. So CBI is different from CBI Court. CBI is executive, CBI Court is judiciary. So that distinction we must understand first. CBI Special Courts are designated as such by the powers given under CRPC. As far as the procedure is concerned, legally there is no much difference between the state police and the CBI as far as the law is concerned. So legally, they enforce IPC, the CRPC, even the method of evidence, that is Indian Evidence Act, is applicable. These three are called as the major criminal acts. As far as the minor criminal acts are concerned, so we have got different, say, hundreds of, say, criminal laws in which there is a provision of imprisonment. CBI is somewhat different from Police Act 1861. So the police were established in India by Police Act 1861. Now they have been, say, replaced in various states after 2007. So there are different types of, say, police acts, because the Bureau of Police Research and Development, BPRD, is the research wing that works into bringing police reforms in India. I have also earlier presented one paper in a conference sponsored by BPRD in Jammu. That was about the corruption in government and politics in India, and the role of CBI at Central Vigilance Commission, and need for a Lokpal that I had presented in 2005 in Jammu University in ICC, Indian Conference of Criminology, while I was doing my MA Criminology and Criminal Justice Administration. So we shall see about, after seeing these broad differences, we shall see technically one by one different things. And while bringing out these provisions, I will also tell some interesting things which might be unknown to many of you, because the working of intelligence agencies is somewhat considered a secret matter in India. So this was established by an Act number 25 of 1946 on 19th November 1946. What we call as CBI is through a Ministry of Home notification dated 1st April 1963. In India, there was parallel government, that is central government and state government, two-tier government before from 1935 to 1947. So there were 9 major states in which there was Indian government. So state government was Indian and central government was British. And this arrangement of the dual type of government, that is state government Indian and central government British, continued for 12 years. So there was Government of India Act 1935, and that Government of India Act 1935 was repealed by the Constitution of India 1950, when it came into force on 26 November 1949, which we celebrate as our, say, Constitution Day, and it came into full force on 26 January 1950, which we celebrate as our Republic Day. So there was this 2 different types of government, and for dealing with the offences related to central government, or where the central employees are concerned, or where the central funds are involved. Of course, that was the original design of this act, and there have been many changes, particularly after 2003 and 2014, and recently in 2021. So we shall see that also. As I told earlier, most of the old things have gone from this act, and it is, although it is not completely revamped, but many new provisions are there. So let us see the act as it stands at present. An act to make provision for the constitution of a special police force in Delhi for the investigation of certain offences in the union territories, for the superintendence and administration of the said force, and for the extension to other areas, that is the state government. So this act also extends to state government, but there are restrictions, that is, there has to be notification under section 6 by the state government of the powers and jurisdiction of members of the said force in regard to the investigation of the said offences. Now, what are the types of offences? Many people think that it is only the Prevention of Corruption Act under which only CBI can investigate. It's not like that. Even under PCA, state government, state police can book. So even state police deals with prevention of corruption cases. Now, how are the powers of say DSP or the CBI different or similar to the state police? So we shall see one by one. So this is a special police force. It deals with say this force is established in Delhi. It was renamed as, or say it was named as Central Bureau of Investigation. CBI represents the country of India in Interpol, that is the international police. Interpol is a body of United Nations, and many senior police officers, that is of the rank SP and above, duplicate themselves as officers of the CBI Interpol, that is Central Bureau of Investigation, Central Bureau of India, Interpol. So CBI, there are two CBIs actually. One is Central Bureau of Investigation, which we call as the CBI, and most people are aware about only one CBI. There is also Central Bureau of India, Interpol. These are Interpol officers in India. Of course, they are all say ex officio CBI officers, and they do some international work also. That is say coordinating with the international police agencies. So if any international communication has to be made, or say any work related to extradition, it has to be so CBI only, because CBI represents the country of India in the Interpol. So we have seen that there are two types of CBI, or that is Central Bureau of Investigation and Central Bureau of India, Interpol. Now we see the preamble of this. Whereas it is necessary to constitute a special police force in Delhi for the investigation of certain offences in the union territories, and to make provision for the superintendence and administration of the said force, and for the extension to other area of the powers and jurisdiction of the members of the said force in regard to the investigation of the said offences, it is hereby enacted as follows. Now, earlier it extended only to say Delhi and union territories, that is central government officers as well as the UT. Now the act has been extended to Goa, Daman and Diu by Regulation 12 of 1962. Goa, Daman and Diu was freed from Portuguese. So even after the say British went, there were French and say Portuguese colonies, and Goa, Daman and Diu was it attained freedom in 1961, and it was merged in India after the Portuguese people left. So extension was of jurisdiction of CBI was up to Goa, Daman and Diu. Then Goa became for the first time a state in 1987, and Daman and Diu are still union territories. And the schedule to Dadra and Nagar Haveli, so they were also Portuguese territories by Regulation 6 of 1963, Section 2 and the Schedule 1, with effect from 1st July 1965, and to Pondicherry. So even after British and Portuguese left, there were French people living in India, and French foreigners left Pondicherry, which we now call as Puducherry. So that was extended say in 1963. So that was also merged in India. The unique thing about Pondicherry is that there are 4 districts, and these 4 districts are non-contiguous. That means one district is near Karnataka, another is near Andhra Pradesh, another is near Kerala, and another is near Tamil Nadu. So there are 4 districts, and they are not geographically contiguous. So what we recognize as Pondicherry or Puducherry, it is not a continuous piece of land. Then to Lakshadweep, that is near Kerala, that is also union territory. In 1967, it was say extended to that, and to Sikkim when it merged with India. So to Sikkim also it was extended in 1968. Then some words have been changed in 1952. That is as far as the Delhi is there. Now Delhi is a union territory, but Delhi and Pondicherry have their own say assemblies. So that is their constitutional status. There is a special act for Delhi in 1992. Then in 1956, there were Part C states. Now these Part C states have now become as union territories. Earlier there were Part A, Part B, Part C, and Part D states. So there was States Reorganization Commission 1956. Then there was States Reorganization Commission 1966. So many states were formed on 1st November 1956, and some other states were formed in India on 1st November 1966. Then these Part C states were named as union territories after the first reorganization commission. AO is adaptation of laws order. What is this AO? Adaptation of laws order. First such order was say in 1937. That after the Government of India Act 1935 was passed, it said that all the laws made by British Parliament shall be applicable to India until they are say repealed or modified by the elected assemblies. And there were 9 major states where Congress government was elected in 1935. So state government was say Indian and central government was British, and that arrangement went on for around 12 years. Then another ALO was in 1950. It said that all the laws made by Britishers shall apply to India as long as say they are not repealed by the elected government. That is after the Constitution of India came into force. These provisions are made so that there is no anarchy or lawlessness, and therefore these types of adaptation of laws order, they are called as ALO or AO are passed. Similarly, this AO 1956 was there. So all the laws that were applicable to the central government were say applicable to union territories, UT. Then the word in the states, so they were omitted in 1951. So these are say 4 amendments that are made in the preamble itself. Now we come to the next one. That may be called the Delhi Special Police Establishment Act 1946. We call it DSP. It extends to the whole of India. The word except the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, these were removed not in 2019, but they were substituted in 1951 itself, except Part B state. So these were earlier these were substituted, and then except Part B state, that was also omitted in 1956. So now it extends to the whole of India. So earlier it did extend to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, then it did extend to the Part B states. Now it extends to all the states. Now the interpretation section. Now this is a new one. Just 2 weeks ago, earlier I have made a presentation of Central Vigilance Commission Act 2003, CVC Act. So through that act, this interpretation section has been added. That is, words and expressions used herein and not defined but defined in the Central Vigilance Commission Act 2003, that is 45 of 2003, shall have the meanings respectively assigned to them in that act. 45 of 2003 means all the acts are given serial numbers beginning from January to December. So that is the 45 is the serial number for identification. So these have been inserted by the CVC Act. So the CVC has the overall superintendence over the CBI as well as over the Enforcement Directorate, as we shall see further. Now the constitution and powers of special police establishment. So notwithstanding anything in the Police Act 1861, it is the act through which the police forces are established. So earlier there was first law commission. So Lord Macaulay was the chairman of that in 1836. And when Indian Penal Code came into force, so criminal law in India is uniform. That is, it applies to all the communities. So we have uniform criminal code, but we do not have uniform civil code. So uniform criminal code was applied by the British in 1860. And at that time, there was this Police Act 1861, Indian Penal Code 1860, then Indian Evidence Act 1872, Criminal Code of Criminal Procedure. First there was in 1888, and there was 1898, and now we have the CRPC of 1973. The central government may constitute a special police force to be called the Delhi Special Police Establishment for the investigation. Earlier the words were for the state of Delhi, but now it is say it extends all over India for the investigation in any. So earlier it was in that state. Now it applies to all say in any union territory of offences notified under Section 3. So earlier it was Part C state. Now Part C states are replaced by union territory. So it extends to the central government as well as all union territories for investigation of any offences. Now, subject to any orders which the central government may make in this behalf, members of the said police establishment shall have throughout any union territory in relation to the investigation of such offences and arrest of persons concerned in such offences all the powers, duties, privileges, and liabilities which police officers of that union territory have in connection with the investigation of offences committed there. That means they have the parallel jurisdiction along with the say state police. Here it is not say with the state police unless a notification is made in Section 6 by the concerned state government with respect to a particular offense. But as far as central government and union territory is concerned, so they have got all the police powers. As far as Constitution of India is concerned, so law and order is a state subject. But when the matter concerns the say unity and integrity of India or very sensitive offences, and therefore the say DSP was established or the CBI was established, and it was continued. In 2008, now we also have NIA, that is National Investigation Agency, or that there is special NIA Act of 2008, which investigates sensitive cases so that the state governments do not interfere with the national security and integrity. And therefore, NIA was established considering the difficulties faced by the CBI. We don't have any dedicated act for CBI except DSP. In 2010, Manmohan Singh government had drafted one bill that was a CBI bill, but that was never passed, nor presented before the parliament. And therefore, we still do not have any act called CBI Act in India. So whatever is a DSP Act, the CBI derives its power from that, as well as from say IPC, CRPC, Evidence Act, and various other criminal laws, including the Prevention of Corruption Act. Now, any member of the state police establishment offer above the rank of sub-inspector may, subject to any orders which the central government may make in this behalf, exercise in any union territory any of the powers of the officer in charge of a police station in the area. That is, here the powers of station house officer in charge of police station in the area in which he is for the timing, and when so exercising such powers shall, subject to any such orders as aforesaid, be deemed to be an officer in charge of a police station, discharging functions of such an officer within the limits of his station. That means all say CBI officers, they of the rank of sub-inspector and above have powers extending to that of say SHO, station house officer of the state police. As far as the Police Act is concerned, so remember that above SP, there are no police powers prescribed as such in the CRPC. That means any offense can be investigated by the constable, head constable, sub-inspector, generally IOs of the rank of sub-inspector or inspector, and in some cases SP or say SSP, that is who are the IPS officers, that is SP and SSP. Above SSP, there are no police powers as such, as far as the Police Act 1861 is concerned. So whatever the higher ranks we may have, that is the DYSP, Deputy Superintendent of, sorry, not DYSP, I mean AIG, Assistant Inspector General, DIG, Deputy Inspector General, IG, Inspector General, and above that we have say Additional Director General, ADG, and Director General of Police. They have only administrative powers. They do not have powers under CRPC, over and above those of say SP. So maximum of the powers that are prescribed under CRPC are those of SP and SSP. And SSP is just a police, just a pay scale. So it is included within definition of say SP legally. So SP is the highest rank of officer who investigates any offense. Above there are no special investigative powers. Of course, there are administrative powers as far as the higher ranks of police are concerned. That is as per the Police Act 1861 at CRPC. Now we come to the next one, that is the third section. Offences to be investigated by special police establishment. The central government may, by notification in the official gazette, specify the offences or classes of offences which are to be investigated by the Delhi Special Police Establishment. Now, for different types of offences, for many offences, CBI doesn't have powers, but it's an intelligence agency. So, generally the head for the director is the IPS officer. And IPS officers have say they can communicate with both the government, that is central government as well as state government, because they are considered members of all India services as per the constitution. So all India services include the IS officers, IPS officers, and IFS, that is Indian Forest Service officers, not foreign service. Foreign is central service. Forest is joint, that is all India. So they have joint reporting. That means IPS officers can communicate directly with any state government or central government. So here we have these say offences or classes of offences, and central government may issue the notification. The words committed in connection with matters concerning departments of the central government, that is omitted in 1952. So the powers have been widened after 1952, and it may or may not be related with departments of the central government, but the central government may say notify the offences or the classes of offences which are to be investigated by the DSP. Generally, they file two types of cases. One is the preliminary inquiry PE, another is the RC, that is regular case, PE and RC. As far as the manuals are concerned, You may read them. They are publicly available on CBI website. So that is, one is administrative manual of CBI. Another is the criminal manual of CBI. Criminal manual of CBI include many case laws also. That is the important judgments given by the Supreme Court and High Courts in India, and the some procedural law, that is some provisions of CRPC and Evidence Act also. These are given. As far as legally the procedure is concerned, legally there is not much difference between CBI and the state police. But why the CBI has earned so much reputation is because of very high conviction rate. Conviction rate, there are two different definitions. The first definition is with respect to the police. Second is with respect to the, say, trial courts or the, say, criminal courts. So with respect refers to the police, the number of cases in which there is successful conviction divided by the total number of cases investigated by the police, that is defined as the conviction rate. Who calculates this? This is calculated by the NCRB, that is National Crime Records Bureau, Calcutta, and by it collects information from the state crime control bureau, which are located in the capitals of different states in India, and SCRB collects this from DCRB, that is District Crime Records Bureau. And where is this DCRB? The DCRB is within your district, in your SP office. So from the SP office collects say information at district level. The information passes from DCRB to SCRB and from SCRB to National Crime Records Bureau. So these are the reliable or the official statistics. The second definition is with reference to the courts. With reference to the courts, the number of cases in which there are convictions, that is in the numerator, divided by the total number of cases brought before the prosecution. So total number of cases in which FIR is lodged is relevant for the police, while the total number of cases which were prosecuted in the court, that is which refers to the courts. So there are two different definitions. That is because not all the cases that are investigated by the police are taken to the say courts. The police, after investigation, files under section 173 of CRPC a final report. Generally, we call it as a closure report or charge sheet. So if it decides not to pursue the case, we call it as closure report, and after closure report, no prosecution happens. That is in 173. And if the police decides to take it to the prosecution, then the case is prosecuted. So that is charge sheet. So charge sheet is given by police to the court, that we call as the charge sheet. Charge is given by say judge or the magistrate to the accused, that you are guilty of so and so offense, which was committed on so and so date at so and so place, which is violation of so and so act of so and so section of so and so act. Do you plead guilty or not? That is called a charge. So charge sheet is different from charge. Charge sheet is given by police to the court. Charge is given by judge to the accused. So here we are referring to the conviction rate. So conviction rate is very high in case of CBI, maybe around 60-70%. In case of state police, it is 6 to 7%. That is because CBI mainly it is not only the use of forensic techniques or forensic science techniques, scientific techniques, but also it is because of several reasons. We shall see those reasons one by one. Another reason is they do non-intrusive investigation. What the ordinary police does is that as soon as the FIR is there, first they go and arrest the person. The person gets bail, and after that they do nothing. So that type of investigation does not happen in case of CBI. In case of CBI, first they collect all the evidence, and once they have the solid evidence, then they arrest the person. And once the person is arrested, it is almost impossible to get bail. So that's why the conviction rate is so high. So that is where the working style differs from the state police. Now we come to the fourth section, Superintendent and Administration of Special Police Establishment. So the superintendence of the Delhi Special Police Establishment, insofar as it relates to investigation of offences alleged to have been committed under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, shall vest in the commission. That is the Central Vigilance Commission. So there have been various changes after 1963. That is whether who looks after or who superintends over the CBI. Is it the Parliament? Is it Home Ministry? Is it Prime Minister Office? Is it Central Vigilance Commission? Is it the courts? So that is a very confusing question, very difficult one. So to say some changes have been done in 2003 by an amendment to the by the CVC Act, and now as far as the PCA cases are concerned, that is Prevention of Corruption Act, it has come into force in place of section 161 to 165A of IPC during say VP Singh government. So when this PCA was say enacted, so after that in 2003 the superintendence was given to the CVC or the CBI. Save as otherwise provided in subsection 1, the superintendence of the said police establishment in all other matters shall vest in the central government. So only central government words are written. Now it may be either Home Ministry, it may be Prime Minister office, it could be the Parliament. So that is not made clear. Here it is only central government. So these changes still remain from time to time. So there are two types of offences we can say here. One is the PCA offences, another is the other offences. So for PCA offences, the superintendence is with the CVC, and for all the other offences, superintendence is with the central government. Coming to the third subsection, the administration of the said police establishment shall vest in an officer appointed in this behalf by the central government, hereinafter referred to as the director, who shall exercise in respect of that police establishment such of the powers exercisable by an inspector general of police in respect to the police force in a state as the central government may specify in this behalf. As far as the Police Act 1861 is concerned, so the highest officer that is prescribed in Police Act 1861 is the IG, that is Inspector General. So he is in rank equivalent to that of say at least IG. But there have been some still higher pay scales under various state governments, and these are called as say ADG, Additional Director General of Police, and DGP, that is Director General of Police. And there is also DG Prosecution, which we shall see subsequently over the next few slides. So there is IG, and this person of the rank of IG is IPS officer, and he is the director. So there is director, then there are special directors, there could be assistant director, say deputy director, various ranks are there in CBI or DSP. Now we see 4A. This was also say changed in say 2000. It was say initially inserted in 2003 by the CVC Act and subsequently amended by the Lokpal and Lokayukta Act of 2013. So this is numbered as Act number 1 of 2014. That is the Lokpal and Lokayukta Act. So the central government shall appoint the director on the recommendation of the committee consisting of. So this is the selection committee. The Prime Minister as chairperson. The leader of opposition recognized as such in the House of the People, or where there is no such leader of opposition, the leader of the single largest opposition party in that House as member, and the Chief Justice of India or Judge of the Supreme Court nominated by him as member. Earlier in 1998, there was case when at that time Alok Verma was removed as CBI director by the Inder Kumar Gujral government, and there was criticism that because the cases against some say central ministers are being investigated, and there should be some security of tenure. And there was the Vinit Narayan case in Supreme Court, and after that it was decided to give security of tenure, and therefore this change was made in 2003. Further, some changes were made after the movement of Anna Hazare and Arvind Kejriwal, and in 2014 when the Lokpal say Act was enacted, so at that time these changes were made in subsection B and C in 2014. So this is the committee for selection. And since in India, the situation often happens that leader of opposition has to get minimum 10% seats, and if those seats by opposition are less than 10% in case of the single largest party, so the office should not remain vacant, and therefore the leader of opposition of the largest party is also allowed in this act and in some other acts also, even in RTI Act 2005, leader of opposition or leader of largest opposition party, if there is no leader of opposition recognized as such by the speaker. And no appointment of a director shall be invalid merely by reason of any vacancy or absence of a member in the committee. So merely because there is some vacancy or absence of member, the appointment doesn't become invalid. The committee shall recommend a panel of officers on the basis of seniority, integrity, and experience in the investigation of anti-corruption cases, and chosen from amongst officers belonging to the Indian Police Service, that is IPS, constituted under the All India Services Act 1951. So of course we have the Constitution of India 1950, and there is also an Act AIS, that is All India Services Act, which regulates the Indian Administrative Services, Indian Police Services, and Indian Forest Services. So there is this AIS Act, and in that the officers that belong to the IPS. So both these things are important. That is seniority, integrity, and experience in the investigation of anti-corruption, and chosen from IPS officers for being considered for appointment as the director. Now, are all CBI officers honest? What happens if there is corruption within CBI itself? Are there any cases as such? So there is, say, a special wing within CBI itself that monitor or keeps watch over CBI officers themselves. And this special wing also has the powers to arrest CBI officers themselves. So they have their own regulatory mechanism in this say special wing. And there is also there was one case of Ranjit Sinha who was investigating this say coal block allocation cases, and in that there were say cases against him, allegations against him of corruption, and that matter had gone to the Supreme Court. So that was the only case where the CBI director was say alleged for corruption. So otherwise, this procedure applies for selection, so that there is no corruption within CBI, and there is special wing also, that is internal say vigilance mechanism of CBI itself. Now we come to 4B, that is terms and conditions of service of director. We have seen that there is need for say security of tenure. So director shall, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in the rules relating to his conditions of service, continue to hold office for a period of not less than 2 years from the date on which he assumes office. There was this amendment made in 2021 by Modi government as far as the ED director is concerned and CBI director is concerned. So provided that the period for which the director holds the office on his initial appointment may in public interest on the recommendation of the committee under subsection 1 of section 4A, and for the reasons to be recorded in writing be extended up to 1 year at a time. Provided that no such extension shall be granted after the completion of the period of 5 years in total, including the period mentioned in the initial appointment. That is, total tenure can't be more than 5 years. So this provision has been attacked or has been challenged in the Supreme Court. As far as the enforcement director is concerned, it is not because of the CBI extension given to the CBI, but the changes have been made for both, that is enforcement director as well as the CBI director, and therefore this has been say alleged to be unconstitutional, and the matter is still before the Supreme Court. So let us wait what Supreme Court finally decides over that issue. The director shall not be transferred except with the previous consent of the committee referred to in subsection 1 of section 4A. That means say even the transfer is prohibited under subsection 2 of section 4B. Now we come to section 4BA, Director of Prosecution. So there was one say recommendation by Justice Malimat Committee. Justice Malimat Committee was formed in it submitted its report in 2003. He was the Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court, and when Lal Krishna Advani was the Chief Minister, so at that time Justice Malimat Committee was there for recommending reforms in the criminal laws in India. Former Attorney General Soli Sorabji had stated that criminal law in India is on the verge of collapse because of very low conviction rate, that is just 6 to 7%, and therefore a committee should be formed to look into this. Therefore, Justice Malimat Committee has given many recommendations. Hundreds of those recommendations have been adopted. Many recommendations have not yet been adopted. Many amendments have been done in IPC, CRPC, and say Evidence Act in some other criminal laws based on those recommendations in 2005, 2009, 2013, 2018. One of the recommendations of that was that the prosecution should be different from police. Prosecution are the advocates of police. That is the simple meaning of prosecution. The advocates of police are termed as prosecution. So as far as criminal justice administration is concerned, there are 4 important pillars. The first pillar is police. Second is the prosecution, that is the advocates of police. Third is the judiciary, and fourth is the prison or the correctional administration, which we call as jail administration. So these are the 4 pillars of the criminal justice administration. As far as the second pillar, that is prosecution, is concerned, so there was recommendation that there should be a separate directorate of prosecution, and therefore this section was added in 2014 by the Lokpal and Lokayukt Act. There shall be a directorate of prosecution headed by a director who shall be an officer not below the rank of joint secretary to the government of India for conducting prosecution of cases under this act. That means prosecution shall be separate from police. So that recommendation was implemented here. The director of prosecution shall function under the overall supervision and control of the director. That means CBI director, director of prosecution works under the CBI director. He is at least of the rank of joint secretary or above. The central government shall appoint the director of prosecution on the recommendation of the Central Vigilance Commission. So director of prosecution is also appointed on basis of recommendation of CVC. The director of prosecution shall, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in the rules relating to the conditions of service, continue to hold office for a period of not less than 2 years from the date on which he assumes office. That means the security of tenure that is given to the CBI director is also given to the director of prosecution. So this is section 4BA. Now we come to section 4C. That is appointment for posts of superintendent of police and above, extension and curtailment of their tenure, etc. That is SP and above. The central government shall appoint officers to the post of the level of superintendent of police and above except director, and also recommend the extension of curtailment of the tenure of such officers in the Delhi Special Police Establishment on the recommendation of a committee consisting of the Central Vigilance Commissioner as chairperson, Vigilance Commissioners as members, Secretary to the Government of India in charge of the Ministry of Home as members, that is Home Secretary, Secretary to the Government of India in charge of the Department of Personnel, that is members, that is Personnel Secretary, provided that the committee shall consult the director before submitting the recommendation to the central government. That is, consultation of direction is also mandatory. And on receipt of the recommendation under subsection 1, the central government shall pass such orders as it thinks fit to give effect to the said recommendation. That is the say appointment as well as extension, curtailment, and transfer of these SP and above ranks. As far as the other intelligence agencies are concerned, so there are many different intelligence agencies in India. That is Intelligence Bureau, Research and Analysis Wing, Enforcement Directorate, Customs and Central Excise, say CBDT, Central Bureau of Direct Taxes, DRI, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Narcotics Control Bureau, HCB, the State Crime Branch, that is CID, Criminal Investigation Department, even the Local Intelligence Unit, and of course the Interpol. So there are many different, and now we have NIA also, and these various intelligence agencies have got different powers under their different acts, and whenever they come across some intelligence, because one type of crime is normally related to some other type of crime also, and when they think that they have come across some crime where they do not have the powers to act, then they pass on the intelligence to the other intelligence agency, and like that all the intelligence say agencies are connected, or they are say exchanging the information or the intelligence, and they are acting as per their own powers. So they have got different powers. So income tax has got different powers, Custom and Central Excise has got different powers, Narcotics Control Bureau has different powers, similarly say ED has different powers, and like that they act under their own powers. So and wherever say possible, they exchange the information where that information is such type of information where they cannot act on their own, then they pass on to the other intelligence agency. The first step in such is the collection of intelligence. That is, first they collect the intelligence about the offense. Second is the collating of the intelligence. Collating is comparison. For example, if we consider the DA cases, that is disproportionate assets, which we call as say assets disproportionate to known sources of income, that is aay se zyada sampatti in Hindi. So in such cases, say where they have to prove, they collect the intelligence from say maybe income tax record, if it is a government servant, maybe from the Comptroller and Auditor General, or maybe the Accountant General of the state, if it is a state government employee. And after that they collect, that is do the comparison. What is the input of the Intelligence Bureau? What is the input of the say income tax? And like that they collect, and where there are any contradictions, so they point out such contradictions and they verify the information obtained from various sources. That is called as the collating of intelligence. So first there is collection of intelligence, then there is collating of say intelligence, and then they find out the contradictions or the comparison of say different intelligence, and then they say verify that intelligence, and they finally then act upon it. Now we come to section 5, that is extension of powers and jurisdiction of special police establishment to other areas. So the central government may, by order, extend to any area, including railway areas, because in railway we have special courts that is Railway Magistrates Courts established under this Railways Act of 1999. Earlier there was older Act of 1910. In a state not being a union territory, the powers and jurisdiction of members of the Delhi Special Police Establishment for the investigation of any offences or classes of offences specified in a notification under Section 3. So, power and jurisdiction of say DSP can be extended to other areas in a state not being a union territory, and they can also be extended to railway station areas also. Railway is again central force. In railway also there are two types of police. There is GRP and there is RPF. So what is the difference between GRP and RPF? GRP is government railway police, because law and order in India is a state subject. So GRP is a state force, and Railway Protection Force is a separate force that is of that belongs to Ministry of Railways for protecting the railway property, for offences happening say in trains or running trains or in railway stations or say platforms. So for that, RPF also has the powers. So there are two types of police there, that is GRP and RPF. So GRP reports to the state government, because railway stations also come within the say area of state government. So GRP has their own power as far as law and order is concerned, and RPF has their own powers as far as the railway property is concerned. So both these types of police exist in railway stations. Now we come to section 5.2. So when by an order under subsection 1, the powers and jurisdiction of members of the said police establishment are extended to any such area, a member thereof may, subject to any orders which the central government may make in this behalf, discharge the functions of a police officer in that area, and shall, while so discharging such functions, be deemed to be a member of the police force of that area, and be vested with the powers, functions, and privileges, and be subject to the liabilities of the police officer belonging to that police force. That means they have their power comparable to that of a station house officer, as we have seen earlier in case of central government and union territories. So these types of power also extend to other areas, including state government. There was one case in Guwahati High Court where they had state the powers of the CBI, saying that there is no CBI in India and it is established just by an act of just by notification of Home Ministry on 1st April 1963, and the DSP doesn't have any such power, but DSP has got all the powers similar to that given to police under say CRPC, and therefore they also have got the powers of prosecution as given in under say chapter 2 of the CRPC 1973. So the Supreme Court had immediately stated that order of the Guwahati High Court, that whether it is called CBI or whether it is called DSP, it doesn't matter much, and CBI has got all the powers, including the powers of prosecution. Whatever may be the name, whether it is CBI or whether it is say DSP, doesn't matter. So this is section 5.2. Now coming to 5.3, where any such order under subsection 1 is made in relation to any area, then without prejudice to the provisions of subsection 2, any member of the Delhi Special Police Establishment of or above the rank of sub-inspector may, subject to any orders which the central government may make in this behalf, exercise the powers of the officer in charge of the police station in that area, and when so exercising such powers shall be deemed to be an officer in charge of the police station, discharging the functions of such an officer within the limits of his station. So where the notification is made or say offense is given to the say DSP, so at that time all officers above the rank of sub-inspector and above, they exercise the powers say that is similar to that of say officer in charge of police station, that is SHO or station house officer. So this was inserted by this Act 40 of 1964. Then we have section 6, consent of state government to exercise of powers and jurisdiction. Nothing contained in section 5 shall be deemed to enable any member of the Delhi Special Police Establishment to exercise powers and jurisdiction in any area in a state not being a union territory or railway area without the consent of the government of that state. Now this section is found to be very restrictive by the CBI, and from time to time there is demand by CBI that this section should be repealed. But because of the federal structure under our constitution, and primarily because law and order is a state subject, and therefore this section could not be say removed. It is there since 1952, and some changes were made as far as the say this footnote 3 is included. by the adaptation of laws order 1956, that is a part A state or part B state not being a railway area. So that is substituted by state. So as far as the state government is there, so there has to be a consent of the state government, or there has to be a notification issued by the state government under section 6. Once the state government hands over the case to the CBI, after that, say CBI may investigate. Even the High Court and Supreme Court sometimes say give some cases, and therefore there is much confusion. That is whether the central government can only order, whether the state government can order. Sometimes even the High Court or Supreme Court does that. So the draft bill of 2010 that was introduced by Manmohan Singh government had the provision that even the High Court and Supreme Court could order CBI investigation. Right now also they order it, but there is no legal provision. What the provision has is the writ jurisdiction, that is under Article 32 and Article 226 of the Constitution of India. So under that article, because writ jurisdiction is very wide, and therefore the CBI, the superintendents or CBI, some cases are directly supervised by the courts also, that is by Supreme Court or the High Courts also, because of the writ jurisdiction power. So there is no legal provision as such, but it is a constitutional provision through which they exercise that jurisdiction. The legal provision, that is that Act of 2010, was not tabled before the Parliament. And then we come to the last section, that is 6A. So approval of central government to conduct inquiry or investigation. So the Delhi Special Police Establishment shall not conduct any inquiry or investigation into any offence alleged to have been committed under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, except with the previous approval of the central government, where such allegation relates to the employees of the central government of the level of Joint Secretary and above. And such officers as are appointed by the central government in corporations established by or under any central act, government, companies, societies, and local authorities owned or controlled by that government. Now, this say restriction is also this provision is also found to be very restrictive by the CBI, and there is time to time demand, because if the officer is of the Joint Secretary rank and above, then say how we can say that that officer is not corrupt, because corruption, like water, flows from top to bottom, and sometimes there are bosses who give the target to their say subordinates that you have to do minimum so much amount of corruption, otherwise there is no contribution. There is no contribution from your side to the department. So if there are such type of corrupt bosses, then how to contain the corruption? That is a big problem. So as far as the corruption in high places is concerned, so there is demand to remove this provision also. That is as far as 1A is concerned of 6A. But that provision is not removed, because when the officers say above this Joint Secretary and above rankers are concerned, so already there is provision for criminal prosecution, that is sanction for prosecution under section 197 of CRPC, and the government they also need some protection, because often they do such type of say wide ranging or say decisions having very wide repercussions, which exposes them to false allegations, and because of that they also need to be given some protection, and therefore this provision has not been removed. The provision of sanction for prosecution, there are two different provisions. One is in the IPC, another is in the PCA. So in IPC there is section 197 of in CRPC there is 197. The definition of public servant is given in IPC 21. So all the public servants are liable to say criminal prosecution, and sanction prosecution is to be given under CRPC 197. As far as the Prevention of Corruption Act is concerned, so there is a wider definition in PCA 1988 of public servant, and the sanction for prosecution is given under section 19 of that act, that is of PCA. So if the offence is under IPC, sanction for prosecution under CRPC 197 is necessary, and if the offence is under PCA, then sanction for prosecution under PCA section 19 is necessary. Well, and lastly, we come to this subsection 2. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, no such approval shall be necessary for cases involving arrest of a person on the spot, what we call as range haathon pakda jana. Okay. That is when somebody is say caught taking bribe, accepting bribe. So no such approval shall be necessary for cases involving arrest of a person on the spot on the charge of accepting or attempting to accept any gratification other than legal remuneration, referred to in clause C of the explanation to section 7 of the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, which we call as illegal gratification. So in case of these say red-handed bribe cases, no such approval is necessary for even for and we know that there are even some PS of central ministers that have been arrested by CBI because such sanction or approval of central government is not necessary in this say red-handed bribe cases. Why it is called red-handed? Because there is some say powder that is there, and when that is say hand is say inserted in water, the water becomes red because of that powder, and therefore it is called catching red-handed. Catching red-handed, that is a term that has come actually from murder cases, but that is also used in case of these bribe cases. So this was inserted by say CVC Act of 2003. And lastly, this Act was promulgated. Say there was this ordinance by British government. So this ordinance was repealed, and then this seventh section was itself repealed by the Repealing and Amending Act, who had to remove the clutter from the books of law in 1950. So this is the motto of the CBI. All the three words are very important: industry, impartiality, and integrity. So when we consider why CBI has got such a good reputation, that there is demand from not only from the ruling party but also from the opposition, from the say press, from public, from judiciary for CBI investigation, that is because of this motto. And these three words are industry. Industry is industriousness or hard work. So these people are very hard working. That is the work on continuously for say years altogether. People don't even know that they are CBI officer. And impartiality. That is howsoever say high person may be, but nobody is above the law. So they believe in that. So they do it impartially, regardless of say political repercussions, whether the offense is committed by people of ruling party or say of opposition. So they are not concerned with that, and they are renowned for their impartiality. The third important word is integrity. So integrity means they can't be bought, or that means you can't bribe them. So that is why they have got such impeccable reputation. And because of this integrity and all these three together, that is industry, impartiality, integrity, they are so much renowned in India, and that's why although this say bureau was this DSP was established temporarily in 1946. But it is still in existence, and they have earned such a wide reputation because of their high conviction rate. And whenever there is somebody who escapes, so it could be because of corruption in prosecution, there is also corruption in judiciary, and there is also internal investigation. Whenever that is the officer who is the investigating officer is answerable, or he is held accountable whenever some criminal aspects or whenever some prosecution fails. So he has to reply why it happened so. So there is also internal say responsibility or accountability of all CBI officers towards all the say investigation they are undertaking, and that's why they have got very high conviction rate. So let us end here. Thank you. Are there any questions related to CBI or Delhi Special Police Establishment?
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji, for the insightful session. Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to share. You can raise your hand or you can use chat box. Okay, you can continue to, share your observations, queries in chat box. If you have any queries, the sir will be available for some time. So you can even keep sharing your queries in chat box. Thank you, sir. We will take it up after the next session if participants are having any queries.
Sure. This
Thank
is
you
the
once again.
this is the notification of Home Ministry through which the CBI was established. It is dated 1st April 1963. So So as I told you, on 1st April, there are two very important organizations in India that were established. First is the Reserve Bank of India, RBI. So RBI was established by Reserve Bank of India at 1934, and that was established on 1st April 1935. Second institution is CBI. So CBI was established on 1st April 1963. This is the resolution of the Home Ministry. So with the CBI, the name CBI came into being. Earlier it was just DSP, Delhi Special Police Investigation, Delhi Special Police Establishment. These are the various say divisions. That is Investigation and Anti-Corruption Division. That is Delhi Special Police Establishment. Another is the Technical Division. Third is the Crime Records and Statistics Division. Fourth is the Research Division. Then there is Legal Division and General Division, and then there is Administration Division. So these are the 6 divisions of CBI given under this notification of Home Ministry. So the working of these all 6 divisions are given in the annexure of this. And those who are interested in knowing more may go to cbi.gov.in. So there is this complete website of this CBI, and many things are public on that website, so that say those who are interested in working of say intelligence agencies or working of CBI can find out many more details on those websites. Thank you very much. I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra for giving me this opportunity, and thankful to Shri Holistic Health Foundation of India and Shri Research Institute and Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to make presentation. Today there is very high presence of participants. I would welcome if there are any questions from any participant related to CBI or related to intelligence agencies in the country or related to criminal law in general.
Thank you, sir, for making a value addition to the presentation by sharing these resolutions as well.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand or you can share in chat box. Okay, for further details, you can also visit respective government websites where you can have further information. So thank you, sir. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions.
Thank you very much.
We will move on to our next session. We have with us Mr. Nagaraj, Deputy Bank Manager, State Bank of India, Bangalore, and he is also Assistant Governor, Rotary Club International, Bangalore. And he is a visually challenged person, and especially recently we have commemorated on January 4th, World Braille Day. So it is very relevant that our friend Nagaraj will share some insights and awareness on World Braille Day regarding Braille and also about disabilities. Nagaraj, we welcome you once again to this platform, and you can start your audio and video. Over to you for your session.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I wish everybody a very happy, prosperous New Year 2023. And I pray God for all of you to get everybody a good health, wealth, prosperity, and whatever the accomplishments you are having, everything should be attained successfully. And in fact, this New Year, the one good thing is that in the morning, actually, I was supposed to attend. I came to know that in the afternoon, they have kept this program. Due to my exam scheduled, I joined late. My apologies for this. And I'm also, thankful to the Ravindra sir, Mary Madam, Shri Institute, and all this social work conference team for organizing such a wonderful session, and that too about the disability issues and the Braille, Louis Braille. So before taking you to the overview of the Braille, I would like to inform you that persons with blindness are actually a part of an integral part of this country, and because of this braille we are all living. And the main person for this foundation of this braille is Louis Braille. Louis Braille is the founder of our braille system. Because of him we came from darkness to light, and we got independence. We can read, write, speak, and do any work independently, confidently. And braille is the basis for all our life. And if I want to talk about the history of Louis Braille was born in France, Coupre, one of the village in the France, and where actually in the year 1809, January 4th. His father Simon Braille and his mother Monica Lewski, and when they were all taking care of this child actually was a normal child in the initial stage, and his father was working in a wooden things and cobbler work. And when he was working all these things, once when his father was we went to somewhere to bring the materials and some items to the home. That time actually the small child who while playing, he hit his head in the needle, and that head actually through that it went on to the eyes, and his eyes got bleeding, and within a year he lost one eyes, and after that he lost full eyes, all the both the eyes. He became completely blind at the age of 5 years. And by the surprise, he was actually joined to the normal school where he was teaching oral classes. But after that, Johann Sting in the France has instructed to bring him to one of the schools, oldest National Institute of Blind School in France, where he joined and where he actually was learning science, music, maths, and so many subjects. But even there also the big lettered words they were learning. But once what happened, one Charles Barbier, one of the military man who came to that school, and he showed 12 dots. So these 12 dots they were inventing to make the accessibility for the persons with blindness by touch and feel method they can identify it. And this one is introduced by military persons to hide secretly and escape from the police, this thieves and robbers and other things. So after that, by influencing of this Charles Barbier's scientific technology, Louis Braille made a lot of days struggle and invented 6 dots in the braille. So that 6 dot is became a very popular. Through that 6 dot, he invented this 26 combination of alphabets. So each letter got a different signature, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you type 1, it will be A. 1, 2, if you type, it will be B. So all these things actually invented and struggled and made invention everywhere. But he actually, because of the tuberculosis disease, he passed away. He lost his life. But Braille became very popular after his death. In 1852, January 6th was his last day, and before 2 days of his death, he said, "One day this Braille will become popular. That time they will remember me." Like that, he stated. So, but after his death, everywhere, first it was popularized in France. After that, each and every country it became popular, and whole over the world it is popular. And this year, 2023, we celebrated Louis Braille's actually 124th Braille Day, and next year we are celebrating 125th Braille Day. So that is a very special occasion for all of us actually. And this Braille year, what we are celebrating, and which is becoming popular everywhere. So a lot of we can write, read, lot of books we have got, lot of exhibitions are there. And the Louis Braille Day, actually all the schools for the blind and disability institutions and in the departments working for the persons with disabilities and many NGOs celebrate this Braille Day by honoring the achievers for working for the blind welfare. And also on this day, they do lot of functions like garlanding the photos of Louis Braille and speaking about Louis Braille. And they also hold a Braille competition, reading, writing competitions, and they distribute Braille books to everywhere. And lot of books they are distributing. And even on this year, actually, what we are planning from our house is we are going to distribute 30 Braille books to the National Federation of the Blind, the institute. So which I was kept it for Braille books in my home, which I'm sharing it to them on 26th of January. So this way, Braille is very popular. Because of the Braille, we can write exams, we can read anything, and we can go up to the doctorate level. So master degree, PhD, whatever courses here are there, all the courses we can do it very successfully like other normal persons. Even though this computer technology is there in the voice enabled software with JAWS, or even audio cassettes and CDs are there for studies, or so many other technologies are improved, Braille is the base. Braille is the foundation for everything. Because of the Braille only, all these things have happened. So if I want to mention some books which are there, very popular, which are coming monthly, is one is from All India Confederation of the Blind. They're producing a Braille Digest magazine, which comes every 2 months once. And one more, The Touch, that book is also coming from National Institute of National Federation of the Blind, NFB, Haryana, and National Institute of Visually Handicapped. They are also producing one book called Braille Digest. So this is coming 2 months once. Like this, lot of books are there in regional languages. Also, you have many more books. And recently, last year, Mitra Jyoti, one institute for the blind, they've started one Braille press in Karnataka, and one Matruchaya, one blind school. They're starting this Kamana Billu, one monthly magazine. All the important information what you guys are reading every month, like competition success, Manorama, latest general knowledge, or some important books which Pratyogita Darpan or civil service chronics, everything. So this is are all coming in Braille also, so that all the blind persons can also read this kind of books, and we can access, we can afford. So that is what I wanted to inform. But one drawback is that if you use one paper, we use 4 sheets to write to complete that page. And even though it is a little long time consuming, even in our college days, in our school days, in our working place, and wherever we go, we write things in Braille. So that Braille slate, which was there before, after that this Braille typewriter was there, and Braille embosser, and like that Braille scanner. So many other new technologies have come. Nowadays, this new technology has come that is called Braille Any device. So this actually helps to teach the Braille to the school children across the country. Even this through Rotary Bangalore Abilities, we did one global grant project, and we distributed around 10 Braille Any devices in Karnataka blind schools at different places. So this way we are also working a lot to popularize this Braille. What we want to tell you is this World Braille Day, we should celebrate as a National Braille Day or an International Braille Day. And Braille should be given a lot of recognition everywhere. And this platform of accessibility, in lifts and all, you see Braille, it is written, and in the voice mode, it is there. And even in the ramps, everything is arranged. So everywhere this Braille accessibility is required. So that is why we suggest whoever is making the ramp, kindly give the accessibility to Braille also, so that everybody will get to know, and it will be improving, and it will be popularizing in a very big way. So this is what I wanted to bring it. And even in the banking aspect also, this Braille is helping a lot for people with disabilities to work independently, or do perform any task without any issues. So, and the problem which the college students with the blindness faces, which you all should know, is that availability of Braille books. So getting normal books itself takes a long time. For example, these college students, when the semester starts, they will be, keep on reading, searching for the books most of the times. And after searching, it needs to be converted into Braille. That is the biggest challenge. Even when I was working as a lecturer, I was preparing everything Braille at night, 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, like that. So any material which we have to get it ready in Braille, it is a very, strong and very confident, very much independent. So many things we can present successfully. That is why Braille has got lots of capacity, lot of abilities, lot of, strength, lot of potentiality, confidence, everything. It is giving positivity in the life of the person with blindness. So one surprise thing which I am seeing every day about the Braille issue is that by birth blindness, people can learn Braille. They will be learning and improving a lot and all this. But the person who lost the blindness in the middle blindness, so they are finding it very difficult to learn this Braille. And for them also, we need to do teaching. So that is why we made a lot of books for the Braille, and we are actually providing access, support for them to read and write and use the Braille in a very big way. Apart from this, even if the parents also learns Braille, it will be very much helpful. So I have seen so many parents who learned Braille and helping the blind persons to get the books edited in the Braille or imposed in the Braille or giving copies to the things, all the information in Braille. So this way, whatever this Braille is giving, a lot of knowledge, information, skills, and good life to lead a excellent, successful life. Whatever the problems which we are facing in day-to-day learning, which we need to resolve at all our ends, at all the times, at all the places. Even though it is expensive, we should search for some CSR, corporate social responsibility, some people who can able to provide these Braille materials to everybody, and it will be there permanently. So because in my case also, whatever I have learned, whatever I have written in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 till 23, I have taken it, I have used it, and I am keeping it in my home. Every day I am reading this Hanuman Chalisa in Braille without any problem. So because of reading it in Braille, so now it is coming in directly. So I can directly tell Jai Hanuman Gnana Gunasagara, Jai Kapi Satihu Loka Ujagara. So all these things, Braille has made us to learn all this. So now I have learned in 2022, one special learning in my life in Braille is Vishnu Sahasranama. I have learned fully. I have written everything in Braille, and I have written, and I'm able to chant Vishnu Sahasranama confidently. So this way, Braille is making in all the languages. Not only in English you can write Braille, even in Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, Hindi, Malayalam, whatever languages are there, in every field you can use this Braille in a very big way. So that is why what I want to tell you is, whatever technologies may come, Braille will be there forever. Braille will be there until this world is there, universe is there, because in future also Braille is required. Which it will come with the new technologies. And this dot what we are having, after some 4 to 5 years, these dots will be deleting while keep on reading. And this is one big issue. That is why thick sheets we are you introduced. So thick sheets actually will remain for a long period of time. Even in our central library also, more than 20-30 years books they have kept. But problem, 2-3 problems I am observing in this Braille. One is that some people actually make use of the Braille very nicely, and they will nicely protect it, and they will share it to their juniors when they need it. That is one. Second thing is, sometimes the people with blindness also, after finishing their course or after completing that task of Braille issues, some people, just they keep it wherever it is, or they don't, just don't bother about that. So that should not happen. It should be used everywhere. It should not be spoiled actually. So if they don't want to use, let them give it to the people who wanted to use. That is what I want to tell. I'm also telling lots of people with the blindness that don't waste this book. If you can't use, kindly give it to me. I will read. If you finish that book reading, you give it to me. I will read. If you can't, keep it with you, at least keep it in some braille libraries which are there, or keep it in some institutions working for the blinds, so that it will be used, definitely useful for some children who are already there in that school, and that it will continue in a big way. So one challenge we faced in the braille recently is the dictionary. We got one big dictionary, Oxford dictionary, or in Kannada we got Dr. Venkata Subbaya has written one English Kannada dictionary. So it is actually A to Z. It is made actually 26 volumes. It is there. With you only it is there in 8 volumes in cited copy, but in braille it is there in 26 copies. Lot of expensive, lot of papers, lot of things. So that is why if we keep it in braille, whenever we want, we can use it as a reference. So a lot of reference books we can use it. And even these newspapers also, weekly newspapers, whatever it is coming, even if it comes in braille, it will have a very good impact, very good utility, very good people, lots of people will get to know, aware, and utilize it in a big way. So this way I wanted to inform you that even in my exam, after my exam also, because of this important session, I don't want to miss. That's why I joined you. I wanted to meet you all, and I want to greet this new year, because it is a wonderful day to take our resolution and achieve our goal and come up in our life. This is possible only through our efforts, risks, or initiatives, responsibilities, or whatever. So even on Sundays, if we are taking interest and do some learning activity, means definitely we'll all become a very big contributors, as well as you can achieve in a big way, and you can even help others, and you can become a great knowledgeable masters. So that is what we want. It is all the takeaways which we have. And before signing off, I want to tell you that this World Disabled Day, which had happened on 3rd December, and UN Rights has said that sustainable development of the persons with blindness and other disabilities has been the focus of this year. And 2023 is giving big hopes. And one side people are scared about this 4th wave virus, but on the other side, even though health issues or whatever problems are there, until we live, we have to work hard, because there is no way, there is no option. We have to struggle, we have to win over the things. So this way, even persons with disabilities, wherever you meet, wherever you get come across, for parents, for them, our children, everybody, you motivate and bring some changes in their life. So this is what is the message or takeaway on this World Disabled Day or Braille Day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nagaraj-ji. After a long time, after your preparation, hope your exam went well, and we wish you all the success.
Thank you.
And Happy New Year to you and your family. After New Year, I think this is your first session in 2023. So we congratulate you, and we thank you for sharing wonderful insights. And I had one just query, because after listening to your session, because couple of times you also mentioned it's really hard to prepare Braille books. We don't have any kind of this printing machines like we print textbooks and normal printing. Do we have any printing machines which can print in Braille?
Yes, sir, it is there. Actually, what is happening is some of the institutes, they have kept some Braille books, printing machines. So based on the needs, they are providing. In Karnataka, if I want to give the example, we have one Mitra Jyoti Institute. They're actually doing publicity of all these books. Actually, textbooks they are producing, 1st standard to 10th standard. Mysore Braille Press is there in Karnataka, which are producing lots of books. But the problem which children are facing is when they go to the colleges for PU, for 12th standard, their degree, post-graduation, or when they go for the higher education or technical education or some other professional education, they don't get these Braille books in a very frequent way. It will come in the some blind institutions, NGOs, they are producing. But what they are doing is they're charging heavy, and many are not affordable to get it done. So that is why what National Institute of Visually Handicapped, which is in Dehradun, and in Chennai, one regional office is there. We have requested and wrote a letter also to help this kind of issues. But what they are doing is everywhere they are telling the fund issue. Somebody should come forward to sponsor this fund. Even in Rotary Club also, lot of years, what is happening is I made one request to them. Whatever this monthly magazine they are producing, Rotapel or some books they are producing every year, every month, I requested them to put it in Braille. Why can't they do? When that issue comes, all will say, yes, yes, we will do. After that, they will all forget it. So that is why what we have to do is, we have to, firstly, we have to, immediately we have to become a pressurized group. We have to put on RTI to all the departments to make available everything in Braille. So definitely they will get some sensitivity about this issue. And in that case, even we can do even up to court also we can go. Even we can go to PIL and we can make them to provide all the books for the blinds in the wherever the children are studying in the colleges, universities, or whichever places, we provide like that. So school level, there is no issues because Telugu means Telugu medium books are available in that particular districts. It will be there up to 10th standard, up to one level. Even in Karnataka also up to 10th standard. So that is why I want to request each of them, whoever is there, to popularize this, create awareness at least, or make the CSR whatever is there should be utilized for this Braille script purpose, so that it will have some greater impact in the coming days, I think. And not only that, this textbooks, so whatever you are saying, the syllabus will be changing once in 5 years or 10 years. So that time, 1 or 2 years it will affect, because by the time these institutes produce these Braille books will become a long time, and by the time their exams will come, that time what the teachers will do is whatever possible they will give the dictation in the classroom itself, and they will get practiced and accustomed to it. But if they want to grow above from that, for example, if I want to do my IAS, KAS, IFS, so many UPSC exams, or so many banking exam, railway exam, staff selection exam, for that lot of competitive exams books are very much required. For that, Braille materials very much essential. So I think everybody should take an initiative. Definitely one day it will happen, but as much as possible, we will keep pressurizing whoever is coming to implement this Braille script in a big way, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Nagarajji. It was really insightful. I mean, maybe generally, how much this do we have? Like normal printers, do we have that small size printers, Nagarajji? And what generally how much it costs? Any
Actually,
idea?
it costs, yeah. It costs around about 2 lakhs and add 2 lakhs and odd. It costs. It's called as a Braille embosser. So what will be happening is this Braille textbook, whatever it is there. So first it will be taken for computer material will be there in a normal format. So that will be edited and done a proofreading. After that, that embosser machine will do the Braille printing. It will start doing page by page. It will do one by one page. It will do very fast, very speed, very perfect, very efficiently. It will do. After it is doing the processor, actually this one stylus kind hole making machine is there. So that will actually expire after a month or so. So that costs around 60,000-70,000. So that is why 2 lakh device if we take. So once in a while, we should keep on spending this 70,000-80,000 to bring this stylus framer, all these things. So it will happen actually, but it is not possible to donate to these individuals. We can give it to the institutions. Institutions can, do the formatting and other things. So, but problem what is happening is availing of these papers, Braille papers. If you bring, we will print the books and give it to you, which will be told by some institutions. But some other institutions tells even we will give paper also, we will do all the embosser part, everything, but you pay per page, you pay some 14-15 rupees. So for example, if your book is having 500 pages, if say, my book will have around 5,000 pages. So 5,000 pages means you know, one page 15 rupees means 5,000 into 15. So lakhs together I have to spend for getting the embosser of these books. So after that exam gets over, again the syllabus changes, again newly we have to form, and again this current affairs, new things will happen. So a lot of new things addition needs to be done, but act will be there, but some amendments will happen. That time we need to keep on importing that and improving it upon. So those times it will become little expensive. But if you really take seriously about braille using, definitely it will happen one day. It will happen maximum extent until government will take a step that braille embossers should be provided by central government. One institute, how it is there in National Institute for the Visually Handicapped in one state. Every state, if it is there, definitely everybody will get the benefit. That is what we want to tell. If everybody want this kind of benefit, it should be there in all the states, all the districts, all the talukas, because wherever based on the population census, wherever blind persons, more people are there, they need it. Even though this mobile, one thing is happening nowadays is that because of this mobile technology or computer technology, braille is actually neglected little bit. So we should create the awareness. So kindly use more, kindly make use, even though this mobile or computer technology has come, make use of this braille so that our communication will improve, our fluency will improve, our accent will improve, our knowledge will improve. So these things we need to improve. We need to bring the awareness, sensitivity among the people. Then it will have a big impact, sir.
Thank you, Nagaraj. I think what I understood is we have to reduce, we have to go for further innovation, research and development to reduce the cost of this braille embossers or printers and reduce the cost of these papers as well, along with some subsidy or, grant in aid, so that at least these institutions which are offering or NGOs who are working, they should be provided at least with one embosser or printer so that they can print. And as you rightly pointed out, I think even in, because I was just going through all the departments, I think somewhere in the Disability Act, it is also mentioned that all the materials should be available in Braille also.
Yes,
but I don't know how far that is being made available. But in the Act, PWD Act itself, it is mentioned that, in all the disability, for all the disabilities, all the materials should be available. So
yes,
I don't know how far this is being implemented. So if it
that
is
what,
not implemented,
we will all work
definitely.
together as a civil society so that it will happen in a big way, sir.
Yeah. And what are the various other alternatives you might be thinking, because this has become so costly? Then you might be having some thoughts on how to reduce this cost. What actually, why this machine is so costly? Can we not go with further cheaper models, or any thought that has been done by your community or fraternity as such?
Okay. In this case, because of this costly materials of the braille, one idea we got is government should only take ownership. Then definitely government can purchase. For example, in Karnataka, we have 4 schools for the blinds in Mysore, in Davangere, in Hubli and Gulbarga. So where all these schools can, if they produce, because government can afford to buy this kind of materials, it can be possible for them to utilize this and bring it. And as you said, bring down the cost of this device. Actually, even we are also trying and requesting to invent some new other technologies and invent accordingly. So it's based on the requirement of the person. how much is required and when it is required. Accordingly, I think some engineers are also developing on this. Some scientists are also working in Indian Institute of Science. It's to introduce some Braille, even this Braille Annie device also they have developed. Braille Annie device is becoming very popular. It is teaching Braille to a great extent. And even these middle blind persons also, this Braille Annie device is becoming popular, and everywhere in every schools, they're installing this Braille Annie device. You know, Braille Annie device is just around 60,000. And even this Rotary Lions Club and all these people, they're sponsoring for this in a mass way. So like if I have around Bangalore Abilities is one club like that, some 10-15 clubs comes together contributing 5,000 each, and together, you know, if they do, it won't be much costly. Like that, some 10-20 organizations should come together. Then they can definitely, you know, work out for this change happens. Apart from this, what I am using every day is my Braille slate only. Braille slate and Braille stylus and Braille paper, whatever I'm using. It is very much affordable, very nice. Actually, I'm using this since when I was childhood, since first standard, I'm using this Braille. So till today, I'm using this Braille. Only what is happening is my slate is breaking after 4-5 years, and I'm only changing my Braille slate by around 20, 30, like that. Just 200 rupees I pay and buy the slate, and just 100 rupees I pay and buy some 100 sheets. And whenever I want to write any song or any poem or any books or anything I want to prepare for the class, so everything I prepare independently, very nicely. So this Braille slate is making me independent, very strong. This Braille slate, you know, is I can carry anywhere, wherever some seminars going on, conference going on. So in this, everything is there. So like everybody should carry this Braille slate and one Braille stylus, like a needle, and one Braille sheet. If we carry, at least wherever the conference, seminar, workshops, or any programs going on, we can use this. So apart from this, sir, in the mobile itself, we have a lot of new technologies. Like we have got Envision AI, one technology is there. So which is, you know, your newspaper is there, no? That one, it is transferring to text and it is reading for us in voice mode. So this way, this software is helping. So this is a free software. Any blind person can install this software called Envision AI. So that is one there. One more software is there, that is it is Adobe InstaReader. InstaReader, one software is there. It will, you know, scan some hard copy to soft copy to hard copy, and it is copying from notepad to text to a PDF file to documents, like that. It is copying. So this is helping everybody to read more than 1,000 pages. For example, for this bank exam, I read around 5,000-6,000 pages. It is very difficult to read in Braille. Braille I can write only in points in a summary way. But in a big way, I want to read the entire thing, the lengthy material. If I want to read, I should have this reading by computers or reading by the softwares in the mobile, which we have. So those softwares are making us to read lengthy documents, lengthy information, everything. And this images also, it is copying into text, actually, this Envision AI software. So this way, so it is all happened because of Braille only. So after we got the Braille technology in the beginning days, so because of this only, this new technologies are coming. Now there is a popularity of one smart glass, so that they are doing popularity. But whatever may come, we should not leave this Braille. Whatever may happen, we should not leave this Braille. We should keep on using. We should keep on developing. We should keep on spreading. So if I'm, you know, doing some needling, if I'm doing some forking in a paper, everybody will come and see me. So what this guy is doing? So we are all writing in a different way, and this person is forking in the hand like this, carrying everywhere the slate, stylus, and the paper. And because we want to create this awareness among the public, among the community. So this is what I want to do. That is why wherever I go, I carry the Braille. So this way we want to, it is like one we have to carry Braille. One other thing, we have to carry our walking stick, that is white cane. And these things, if we carry with us, definitely we can do things independently and confidently. This is what I want to give a message.
Thank you, Nagaraj. Hope in coming days, we'll be getting more devices or at an affordable cost, so that it becomes easy, accessible for everyone, and more people get benefited. I think maybe these startups, especially our young youth, vibrant youth, can work on these braille embossers. On some startups can come up where they can provide the low cost, effective embossers, which if they can be brought, cut down cost like laser printers or normal laser printers, which are costing 10 to 15,000. So similarly, if we can able to bring cost to that normal, as a normal printer, how much it is costing, similar cost if it is in, then I think everyone would be able to easily afford. Maybe we need to look into the mechanisms, and hope maybe this thought has come out. Maybe it will soon get materialized. So thank you once again for joining us. And yeah, as you rightly said, this Annie Smart class was recently introduced.
Hello.
But to what extent it is happening is we need to look at.
Yes, sir.
So
Any
have you
classes are
experienced
going well. Any classes are happening nicely, sir, actually. So people are learning, reading, writing, things are happening, they're practicing it.
Okay. So how do you feel? How do you experience? I mean, what kind of difference you saw when you saw this this Annie Smart class? Can you share your insight, Nagaraj?
Yeah. I think any smart class, my experience actually, what I would like to do is, instead of me talking about this any class device, I think one day I will bring one person by name Arpita, actually, who is a popular person of this any device. I can share the number to Mary, and she will explain in details about this, and she will even show it in the practicals, I think by Zoom, so that everybody will get to know. But what I'm thinking is that any class is very good in the primary stage to teach Braille at the younger age, like it is having this 26 alphabets, and it is actually, we can repeat it, we can practice with that, and it will also have some 63 combinations of Braille, and all these contractions, some short forms, contractions, that is also included in that. It's overall very good, actually. It is actually audio as well as Braille, both it is available in that. And when we use it in a big way, it will have an impact, actually. We have given it one of the schools in Tumkur recently, and then one device we gave it in Ramnagar. They're all very happy using this device. And for some schools, like the teachers will take them to the practicals of this any device, and they will keep separate period in their classroom, and on the day Braille class itself, they will explore it in this one. School level, it is nice, actually. But like embosser, how these books it is producing, it is not happening from this any device. If that happens, some technology has to develop for that aspect. Surely it will give result after that, sir. That's what I want to say.
Nice, sir. I just pulled out one video. Maybe you can watch that.
You are ready for your next Braille adventure.
Just 1 minute.
अद्भुत वाह मस्त वाह बरोबर
इस पेड़ पर तो रात को उल्लू भी बैठते होंगे ना? ओह से उल्लू।
बहुत अच्छे. Des సరైన జవాబు.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು
Mia है.
నా పేరు
Hello.
हेलो मैं एनी हूँ.
Nagaraj, this was about that thinkers labs, na? You were mentioning about any smart class.
Yes, yes, sir. So it's excellent. It's a nice video for the awareness sake, as well as many people, many institutes we can promote, and wherever it is not reached, let us all work towards reaching to the beneficiaries.
But again, 60,000, how much this one is costing, Nagaraj? 60,000?
Yeah. 60,000 for this ANI device, Braille ANI device.
Okay.
And I think this machine, if some issues happens, they will do even service also. I think by taking some 5-10,000, something like that, it is there. But it's good. It at least if we buy once, more than 3 to 5 years, it will work very nicely. Just we have to keep a charge, and we should use it. It will happen. So that is what I wanted to actually invite the person who is implementing this and supplying to this device to everywhere. So that person contact, if I give, definitely if we have one Sunday, we can invite that person, and they will give a presentation on that. It will have a very big impact, I think. Exclusive on any Braille device.
Yeah, surely we can invite next Sunday. Maybe we can have one session dedicated, maybe half an hour or 1 hour, whatever they require. Maybe with that we can take over further. It's a good kind of awareness. In fact, I was also wondering last time also when you told it is very expensive, why not make some efforts to cut down the price? I think they can still further do some research and development and can cut down the cost so that it is more accessible and affordable for everyone. At least from 2 lakhs we have come. But again, as you have mentioned, maybe this printing is not available. So I think some more innovation has to be taken up in this field. So anyway, it was nice getting insights from you, Nagaraj. And thank you very much for joining us and sharing your wonderful insights.
Thank you, sir.
And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and happy New Year to you and your family.
Thank you.
And participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and ask or share your observations. If there are any queries, you can feel free to share.
Dr. Ravindra?
Yeah, Ravichandran.
I would like to talk to Nagaraj, sir. I sent you a chat also.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now you can talk. Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Nagaraj?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Ravi from Chennai.
Okay.
It's quite interesting. Whenever there is a session from your side, I mostly attend. There is a big gap from you, I remember, understand. Well, all the very best. I got my relative siblings who are, both of them are blind, and they are Carnatic musicians in Tamil Nadu, Trichy. I have come across, there is a website called ORCAM, ORCAM. And there is another one website called My Eye.
Be My Eyes.
ORCAM. Right? There is one website called ORCAM, or camera. You just note it down, or else I can send you a link. Easy available, common available, orcam.com.
Okay.
Please look at that because you know all the limitations because technologically makes recognizing faces, recognizing readings, everything. The person who is in nature blind or whatever. I'll just send you a link. I'm in the middle of the link only. It's very simple, orcam.com.
Okay, please.
Please have a look at it. And another one, My Eye, MYEYE.
Okay.
Straight simple is the technology which makes a device on the glass wearing. A person can easily even recognize the faces of everyone. That's it.
Oh,
And
super.
how it works, I do not understand because it's a world internal AI involved. Already in the market, in the global market. I don't know how strong or how it's all nearing up in India. But please look at it and give me some feedback. So I would personally would like to know you. I'll complete the
Yeah.
part.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, I'm
Sure.
sending a link right away. I'm in the
Sure.
middle of it. I'm sending it immediately.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. I'll go through all this, both the things, sir. Thanks a lot. So definitely I will give the feedback about this, both the things after I go through all this.
I have typed it Orcam.
Yeah. You are seeing.
myeye.com. Just look at it. There are a lot of videos, clips available. Easy reaching. It's a global wide being used. I don't know. It appears like something lottery kind for a person who are undergoing such a tremendous life of.
Excellent. So it's good. Whatever is coming, let us take it. Let us make use of it. And like you said, it's a good thing that we have to spread the awareness accordingly.
Yes.
And even like this
I
smart
think you
class
are the highly qualified man to understand all this. So you know because many of them are traditionally managing their abilities or whatever they have as a impact. Better you have a look at and give us a comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Christina, you can unmute yourself. Christina, you have unmuted. You can speak.
Yes, Christina, madam, go ahead.
Christina, we can't hear you. Okay. Maybe you can put in chat box so that we can read it for you, because your mic is also on, but we can't hear you. Okay, because she is from Africa, and maybe network problem or some connectivity issue, I think.
Okay. So in that case, you can, I think, yeah, she is lowered. So you can, I think, you hosting to her so that she can try to speak something.
Yeah, Christina, you can speak now. There is some noise, but we can't hear your voice.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yeah, now fine.
Okay. Yes, I am just commenting. Mine is not a query, it's a comment. Just to say thank you for the opportunity to learn. I have learned a lot from this session, particularly about the new braille equipment for the visually impaired. It's helpful because those we help in our practicing profession cut across every personality. Those with hearing impairment, visual impairment, and all of that. So apart from the social support we give to them, one of the support we could give is through the recommendation of this new braille equipment. So thank you very much, the presenter, for this opportunity to learn this and to also know about this new Braille. Thank you so much. We look forward to more learning in this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina Madam. It's very nice to associate with you also. And
Thank you.
definitely you can give any ways we can improve on it. Definitely we are there.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Can you shortly share what kind of equipment you are using, or what kind of aids you are using in your country, especially in Africa?
The Braille, the normal Braille, not this one. This one is new, and that is why I'm happy to know about it. I could refer to those in need of it.
Okay, generally, what kind of devices you use there, Christina, in your country?
For the visually impaired here in Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria.
Yeah, they use the typing, the normal typing Braille, the usual Braille. But this one is quite new. This one particularly is new. I've not seen it before.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
as Nagaraj has already shared his consent to share a resource person number, definitely next Sunday we will plan a session in our usual conference where we all can learn about, we can also technically ask few queries with them and find out what are challenges. Okay. We will also keep learning, continue to keep learning.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj, once again for joining us and for your valuable time and inputs. We wish you all the success once again.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think Mary Madam is having some question.
Yeah, Mary Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Actually, I have seen you now in Braille. Yes, you're doing in Braille. I have seen the taking notes and all. So it's very informative session. I learned lot of useful information. Today only I came to know what is any device, what is Braille, everything. Very informative. God bless you. Have a best 2023. Blessed and wonderful 2023. Hope to see you more sessions here.
Thank you.
I think Mary can also volunteer in some Braille learning and teaching. If Nagaraj ji has some time and teach Mary also.
Sure. We can do that. We can work together.
Actually, sir, for in my UG, I have written exam for blind students. All the 3 years in BA, I have written for 3 blind students. They told they'll give me memorandum for that. I said I will do free of cost, and I wrote all the 3 years for one girl, Parimala.
Oh, that's nice.
In that way only, I am very inspirational to Nagaraj. That's how we got in touch in MSW South.
You should also learn Braille, ma.
Very inspirational friend for me. I learned so much from him.
Yeah.
I see lot of inspiration. I get lot of confidence in seeing Nagaraj. That's a very good thing I learned from you. God bless you. Hope to be a lifelong friendship with you. That's my biggest dream for God.
Thank you, Mary Ma'am, and thank you, Christina and Ravichandran ji and all who have contributed. So without not taking much time, we will move on to our next session by Mr. Ravichandran ji. He is principal HRM consultant in Mapper Consulting Co. And he would be presenting on planning and organizing. So we welcome you, Ravichandran ji. You can unmute yourself. Ravichandran, are you there? Dear friends, this would be the last session. Kindly stay back because we have overall feedback form that is mandatory for the certificate. So kindly stay back. After this session, we'll be sharing this overall feedback form. Okay, then this would be the last session. So we are sharing the final feedback form. Quickly fill up the feedback form. And after filling this feedback form, you may leave the platform. And I thank all the speakers for the day and all the participants, especially for your participation. And yeah, dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. It is mandatory for issue of certificate. And those who have not registered, kindly register. We are sharing the registration form. Now it is accessible. You can access the feedback form. We have shared the registration form as well. And for next week also, we are sharing the registration form for next week conference. And I think everyone should be able to make presentations, as this is common theme, like on significance of festivals and similar things. It's not related to any particular festival. You can, from across the world, you can concentrate on your own culture and tradition, which is unique, because common festivals everyone will be presenting. But if you feel something, you have a tradition or custom that you can share with everyone. So feel free to make a presentation on that. You can directly fill the form, overall feedback form. Now there is no session. Feedback form is available in the form of polls within the Zoom platform. There is no link for the feedback form. Feedback form has to be filled within the platform in the form of polls. You can see overall feedback form. Kindly fill up the overall feedback form before you leave the platform. And we thank everyone, each one of you, for joining us. And those who are new to this platform, I would be sharing how to download your certificates. Those who know, those who have been attending, those who have attended earlier, they know how to download certificates. But for the new participants, I'm demonstrating how to download your certificates.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening.
Sir, the link which you have forwarded us,
Huh?
one second, sir. So that e-certificate HTT form the .gle that we supposed to enter, sir, because before it was there polls.
No, ma, feedback has to be provided through polls feedback form.
Yes,
And
sir.
the links we have shared now, that is for today's conference. But
Yeah,
sometimes today's conference and next week's conference we have shared.
So
That is
just
only
now
registration form.
I'm unable to fill that feedback, sir. Right now, which Nagaraj sir's speech
No,
has been
you
completed.
that the same feedback form, it was accidentally closed by one of our co-hosts, but it was relaunched again.
So could you please help me out in this, which I supposed to
No.
open?
Can you see the in the polls, in the options, you will see polls. In that, if you click it, it will show you the active poll window.
Sir, it is showing again same things which you have forwarded for the registration international conference. That one only.
No,
I'm
ma,
able
it
to
is
see.
not in chat box. You are looking at the wrong place. It is, the link will not appear in chat box. It will appear
In
as
the
a window.
beginning, which you have forwarded to us, that one we supposed to.
No, ma, that is different. Whatever links have been shared in the chat box are registration links. They are not the feedback links. Feedback, there is no link for feedback.
I'm unable to see the polls. Poll in progress, that one, sir.
Huh.
But it is not getting open, sir. That is the.
I think it is already open. Otherwise, you can close that and again open it once again. Otherwise, also you are accessing it from browser or through Zoom app?
Through Zoom, sir.
Okay. If there is any problem, you can immediately disconnect and join back immediately.
Sure, sir.
Automatically.
Leave the program and again I have to join.
With the same link, na?
Yes, sir. Yes,
you
sir.
will get that feedback form. You can
Yes,
immediately
yes, sir. Thank
fill
you
the
very
feedback.
much. I'll do that, sir.
Okay. So those for the new participants, you can visit the website, which has been already shared in the chat box. And it is also available in the registration forms, which has been shared. So here you can click on this daily webinars and conferences link, or you can just go down at the end of the page. On every page, you will see this International Webinar Series website. Here, there is option to visit the microsite. Otherwise, there are different options, different ways where you can access. Here, you can see all the list of conferences that has happened and that are happening, and those are upcoming. See, these are upcoming conferences. So this is today's conference. So you can click on this. It will directly take you to the conference web page here. You can find the flyer. And here you have e-certificate per participants. Here the link will be updated. You can visit this page and you can download your certificates after 1 week's time. Generally it takes 1 week. If all the formalities are completed by all the stakeholders like speakers, participants, will be updating it today itself. If there is anything pending, like you have attended, you have not registered, you have presented, you have not registered, if there are any formalities pending, we will check it, and we are giving time for them to complete formalities so that they can be eligible for the certificate. So the basic criteria is register for the conference through registration link, attend the conference, provide feedback, and download your certificate from the website after prescribed time. So all the details are provided. Even you can visit the website. There you can find all the previous, if you have attended previous webinars, seminars, conferences, workshops, you can select the appropriate month and appropriate date, and you can visit that page and download from the download link. For speakers, we will be sharing personally, but for participants, you have to visit website and download your certificates. For speakers who have not completed their formalities, we request them to complete them at the earliest. Presentations can be made even without completing formalities, because once the conference is over, you cannot present it again. So that's why we are providing opportunity to present, but you have to complete formalities to get your certificate. That is mandatory. Any conference or anything, unless and until we complete formalities, you will not get certificates. So presentation is okay, fine, because once conference is over, you cannot come back and present. So that's the reason we are providing opportunities, but make sure that before itself you complete all the formalities, just case if you are unable to present while conference is going on or immediately after conference gets completed. We request everyone, including speakers, presenters, even participants also, complete all the formalities, because once certificates are issued, again, it will take a good amount of time to issue another set, because it's again the same process, whether it is one certificate or 100 certificate, 1,000 certificates, the process is same, the time it will take is almost same, except that generation time, all the procedures have to go through. So it's a very cumbersome work for the team. So it's as good as, again, issuing certificates for a new event. So it wastes a lot of time and resources. So that's why we have kept this 15 days time, working days time. So if you are not completed formalities, make sure you are completing the formalities in time. So that will help you to get certificate in time. Otherwise also we will issue, but again, it will take once in a month or every 3 months, like that we are issuing the pending things. So you can complete at your ease, but again, it will take time for issue. So we don't issue on a daily basis. All the pending, anything, if you are completing late, then they will be issued once in a month or once in 3 months, like that. You have to keep checking. So it's always advisable to complete the formalities as early as possible, immediately, so that you will not face further problem. We are there to help you. Even after 1 year also, you come back, and if you are eligible, after completing all your formalities, we will issue, but it will take a lot of time. And remember, everyone has very limited time. So again, a lot of efforts is there. You will not remember which conference, which webinar, and you will not know whether we have completed or not, whether you presented on. A lot of things will be there. So it will be a big trouble for you. So complete all the formalities. No one gives certificate, or no one, without completing formalities, no one will issue certificate. So it is mandatory. We all know that. So complete the formalities so that you can get your certificates. Thank you, everyone. See you all next Sunday. And daily webinars are happening, international webinars. It's from 6 o'clock. You can join tomorrow. at 6 o'clock with the same link. The registration links are there available on the website. We are not sharing any certificate links anywhere. You have to visit website and download the certificate. That is the standard format we are following. If you can't find your certificates, you have to wait for some more time because there is a time frame, as I had mentioned. There may be some delay because because of some stakeholders delay, it might get delayed, but we will issue. That shouldn't be a problem. You can keep trying. Just try in another week. Till January, we have issued all the certificates. Maybe 1 or 2 days, if something is pending, then there is some problem there. So some formalities have not yet completed. So that will be done soon. So thank you, everyone. See you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.